tough chitinous exoskeleton, though. Well, whatever he's eating, there is a plentiful supply of it, that's for sure. Could that be seeds? Actually eating. Oh, I can't get close enough. Oh well, one of life's little mysteries. Oh, we're almost out of time, unfortunately, but as I said before, thank you very much for joining us on another wonderful sunrise safari. We've showed you a nice diversity of things this morning, and who knows what this afternoon will have in store. But we will have Escape to Nature straight after here, and myself, Tessa, and the other locations will be out this afternoon from 3:30 African time. So whatever your plans are for the rest of the day, prepping for New Year celebrations in a few days' time, we wish you all the best, and hopefully you'll stay with us for Escape to Nature and join us again for the Sunset Safari this afternoon.
Good morning and welcome to another Escape to Nature with myself, Alex, here in Djuma. Currently quite overcast, but of course we have two ruminating waterbuck bulls with us. So lovely to get this insight straight away. Always cool to have the waterbuck bulls with us. We did have 5 yesterday and some interesting interaction with them as well. But currently these two are taking it rather easy, just ruminating. You did just hear a brown-headed parrot as well in the background. You hear that squawk going on there? That is a brown-headed parrot. But as always, if you have tuned in, please do remember that it is a live and interactive experience, and we love to interact with you guys, hear your questions, your thoughts. If there's anything you'd like us to touch on, please do send that through, because it is always fun getting to know what you guys feel or want to see or know about here on Escape to Nature. So do let us know. I look forward to hearing from you anyway. What a fantastic start. Always great to hear the brown-headed parrots. Rather tough to find them at times, but great to get the audio nonetheless. We did also just have a wildebeest bull around as well. I'm going to have a quick pan to see if we can't find him too, because these two waterbucks seem like they're pretty stationary at the moment. There's an Egyptian goose across the dam, and we'll just have to wait and see. But let's just try and see if we can't find our wildebeest bull quick. There's another one of the waterbuck bulls. Looks like it's also just sitting down and ruminating. As I said, 5 yesterday, so good to have the 3 around now. And here is our big wildebeest bull. So we're off to a fly here in Djuma. Lovely to have all these guys with us right now. You can see he is a rather sizely wildebeest bull. Very big body shape. Great to see him as well. Was here yesterday, and there is one of our woodlands kingfishers. Beautiful to see. Lovely colorations on them always, and I'm sure we'll get their audio. Some in the background already. Perhaps this one that is just near us might call too. So I'm not too sure what this wildebeest bull is kind of aimlessly staring at least it seems like that. I'm sure there's a purpose. Also ruminating though. Lovely long tail. Of course, in some cultures here in South Africa, those tails are actually used by sangomas. So they do use those very long hairy tails as well. I also knew a tracker long ago. He used to have that on his knife. He picked it up from a lion kill, and we said it protected him too. That was very long ago when I was growing up. But he was a very cool guy and very knowledgeable as well. But that was one of his kind of totem items that he had on him, on a sheath knife. And generally that was all he carried, to be completely honest. He wasn't too interested in anything else. But how did you see the bull? Just check in again, kind of stomping and having a look around, so something may be irritating him. Who knows? We'll keep an eye on that. You can hear black-headed oriole as well. Just want to see what our waterbuck are up to quickly. Have a quick pan around the dam, and then we can stay with our bull. So these two still ruminating. Other, I'm sure, is doing exactly the same. And a lot of bird life really around at the morning. Always awesome to hear these early morning bird choruses. So just having a look, because that wildebeest was hanging around a number of impala yesterday, although it doesn't look like that is the case right now. And who knows what else might be in the area. So let's just keep an eye on it. So while I continue just having a look around here, I did mention it is overcast here, but it's time for us to check out what the weather is doing across the other locations this morning. So it does seem like we've got a little bit of weather amongst the different locations. Hopefully that stays away while we are at least coming to you live. Of course, we do want it to rain. You can just hear an oxpecker. There was something that just flew into this tree here, and I know that in the past the brown-headed parrots were nesting in and around here. So I just want to see if perhaps that isn't the case, and then we can just join our ruminating bulls that are currently in the spotlight just off to the left of us. So they have hung around for us to kickstart the day, and of course we will definitely spend some time with them. Let's just give this a few more seconds, because in all likelihood, if there is something there, something else that flew off but not where I just saw this bird go into, it's perhaps a nest here, perhaps some feeding that's going on, so the bird won't stick around for too long, because I'm sure it'll have to go and forage again after that. So we'll just have a look here. But as always with birds, really tough to find and obviously keep in frame. Lots of our Birchall starlings as well calling in the background too. There's some Aramark babblers. Morning, Maxine, and yes, you're so right. It is awesome to immerse ourselves just with the audio as well. Sometimes it's not about what's right in screen, but also just listening to what is going on. And those peripheral sounds definitely add to the immersive experience and ambience of what is going on. So there we go, and it clearly seems to be that this, in fact, is the Birchall starling. Although the light isn't perfect for that, but it does seem to be a Birchall starling with a little bit of food. And the Birchall starlings are actually the biggest starlings we do find here in South Africa. A number of bigger ones, well, big ones as well. So the pied, the red-winged as well. Also pretty big starlings, Meaves too. But the Birchall's being the biggest. Awesome to see. And obviously confirmation that it is in fact not brown-headed parrots that are around at the moment there. Oh, and another waterbuck bull coming through. So, a rather big one. Lovely horns on this one. Working with a bit of purpose, it seems. And there we go. Seems to be camera shy. So clearly ruminating, and of course not wanting to show his face. Mark Babler's going off again in the background. And let us pan across to see if the others have decided to move or if they're still just taking it easy, parking cheesy. It seems that is the case. It seemed that the bull, the wildebeest bull that is, was a little bit more active than our waterbuck at the moment. So we can confirm we've seen 4 waterbuck, and I'm pretty sure that 5th one is around somewhere. It just hasn't popped out for us yet. So we'll sit with our wildebeest bull. Still ruminating, but at least on his feet, so perhaps we'll see something interesting with him. Maybe even 1 or 2 of the oxpeckers coming to join him, but really a lovely sized bull. You can really see his strength in him. And really pretty formidable as well. There are stories as well of people getting killed by wildebeest bulls. So not as placid or as dormant as they seem.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
So our bull seems to be getting a little more active, and there was actually just an impala ram that walked off. So still associating himself with the impala that are around. Of course, associating himself too with the waterbuck that are here as well. It looks like also going to take some time to rest up and just ruminate too. So interesting to see. Great to have some insight into how life unfolds when it is overcast. But it does seem like these bulls up here are going to be taking it easy for quite some time. And in saying that, it's time for us to go and check out some other bulls across in Okakuyo. So lovely for us to have a nice and fresh start across in Okakuyo. And gee, if I'm not mistaken, with these bulls, it looks like a male lion across the drag, and it is indeed. So the bulls and the male lion sharing a very intimate morning start today. Let's just follow this male lion. This is the second time I've seen one of the males around here. And I have mentioned in the past that the lions up here in Okakuyo are considered to be very formidable animals, known to be some of the biggest in the world and in the wild. And he does seem to be a rather sizable dude. And let's just have a look. So I'm assuming, I don't know why it went up like that. Let's just get up, follow our lion. Yesterday we did get reports so that there were some lion around, so perhaps he's hung around. And I'm assuming one of the pride males of the Umbika pride, because that is apparently the pride that operates between here and the Umbika waterholes. And what a mane on this guy here. Really impressive. Lovely to see one of these Etosha males out here. I'm not too sure how many are in the coalition, or if there's only one male that is the dominant male of the pride. But you can also just see in very good condition. Kind of almost that chest dewlappy kind of fold that is there as well. He seems to be pretty relaxed at the moment. Those Ellies also. Not at all bothered by this line. It would be great if he faced us. That would be absolutely fantastic. You can hear those guinea fowl in the background alarming. And when predators are around, they definitely let everyone know what is going on. So great to see a lion. This is actually the first time I've seen one in the morning, or at least during the day. Normally I only ever pick them up in the evening. And quite clearly, this male not interested in anything else. But I'm sure with his presence, it does mean that the rest of the general game is going to be rather wary of coming through. In all likelihood, going to take it very easy. Morning, Benny, and fantastic. That is great to hear. Lovely to know that we have ticked the lion off the list for you here in Okakuyo. Seems to be a rather sleepy boy though, but who cares? Fantastic to see him anyway. So we will clearly spend some time with him. Get a little bit closer. Hopefully we'll get some views of his face. His mane getting lovely and dark as well. And effectively, if you do take Panthera leo, this would be Panthera leo angolensis. Then running into the next one that kind of comes through, that being the Zambesica, going into Zambia, across the Zambezi as well. But this being Panthera leo angolensis. So further down south, we get Panthera leo krugeri, that goes from the Kruger obviously into the Kalahari, noted to be the biggest, or at least records of them being the biggest lions and recorded, although there are a number of them as well very big sized that come from Zambia, that Zambezia that I did mention. Of course, across in East Africa, we also get then Pantheo Leo Maasai. So the Maasai version of our lions are also big lions up there too. And funnily enough, when it comes to the lions, it was noted that those West African lions, although not many of them left, are actually closest related to the Asiatic lion that we find in a very small population there in the Gir National Park in the Western Ghats, Western Gujarat, I think it's Gujarat state, but Western Ghats area of India. Did also mention the one that is extinct, the Barbary lion, also known to be very big, found up there in the Atlas Mountains across Morocco, Algeria, and also into Tunisia back in the day, but they are extinct sadly. This male does seem to be sleeping, so while he takes the opportunity to rest up there in the shade, this could just be a theme for the day, because when lions do kind of plonk down, it is generally their position. So we will come back out. We can definitely see where our lion is in the shade there, and we can just spend some time with our Ellie bulls. Great to see them. It'll be interesting to see if they decide on shooing him off, or if they move off in another direction. So just something to note and to keep our eyes on. There's some giraffe in the background as well, and I'm sure everything that does kind of come through will be rather wary, perhaps only go to the other side of the dam. But he is in the open, and anything that really does approach will have more than enough time to get away, unless they are severely injured. We haven't seen anything really in bad condition of late. So we do now have this breeding herd coming through. I'm not too sure if they're aware of that lion that is under the shade currently. Something just to keep a tab on, because if anything does push him off, it will be the cows. They seem to be kind of unfazed by him at the moment. Let's just have a look to see what goes on, because one or two of them aren't happy with him being there, especially with the young ones around. Definitely be a fair amount of vocalization and trumpeting going on. So let's just watch these bulls now as well, because this could pan out to be rather interesting. You can see the bull Ellie here coming through, sniffing and checking out. Perhaps letting the others know that there is indeed a rather big, hairy and sleepy cat under the camel thorn over there. So it seems that we are kind of moving away from him. They're not really too worried. I mean, he is also minding his business, so let's just see. It does go on a little bit of temporal streaming here on the one. A younger bull. Oh, there we go. That male lion not too interested though. But yeah, just on the topic of the lions, Yoshi wants to know if the lions around Okakuyo also live in more sandy desert dune areas, or do they need further adaptation? And effectively, Yoshi, those desert adapted lions are found further west of Okakuyo and Etosha, and in exactly that kind of dry, duney area along the Damara and into Damara land itself. And I think up towards the Kunene River, but also found throughout the sand dunes too, and known to also take the odd sea lion and that do nest, or not merely nest, but they do kind of congregate in those colonies along the coast there of Namibia, so West Africa. And there's also a fantastic organization called the Desert Lion Trust. If you're on Instagram, or if you do check out Facebook as well, you can go and find them as an organization, and they are the pioneers and leading researchers on the desert lions in the area and those desert adapted lions. So unfortunately, with human-lion conflict, the numbers have waned. But of course, having done quite a bit of research and of course getting into those communities that might be affected by lion conflict, furthering the kind of good word, and I suppose, kind of dispelling any myths that might be around as well, but also just adding to the protection and conservation of those lions. And there aren't really many left, and I don't have the exact figure offhand, but definitely through the work that the Desert Lion Trust has done, these lions are getting a voice, which is obviously what is needed first, and obviously putting out the good word for them. So, increased kind of interaction and posting and coverage of them obviously does allow for further conservation initiatives and things to be drawn up for them, access to funds and that kind of thing. Research is not a cheap exercise, and fortunately there are organizations such as the Desert Lion Trust that do aid the lions that are found in those dry areas that are more desert adapted. I guess these would kind of be relatives of those lions, but I don't think as desert adapted, because obviously there is water, there's a lot of game around here, and in effect there are roughly around 750 lions in the population of Etosha, which is rather large if you consider there are roughly 20,000 odd wild lions left. So it works out to be almost 3.5% of the wild lion population, which is rather large. Consider the Kruger itself, I think, has around about 1,600 odd lions in the greater Kruger biome and area or system. And obviously that would then work out to be around 8.5% odd of the wild lion population. So just those two great expansive areas really holding their own. So just over 10% of the wild lions found between those two wild areas and systems, reserves. But a lion not bothered by the ellies, so let's have a look and see, because ellies are always fun to chill with. And of course with the young ellies that are here, interesting to see what interaction might happen. I'm sure with the big bulls that are here, and you can see the size, how much bigger those bulls are to the cows. That lion would definitely not consider doing anything. But really not, from what I've seen and the research that I've done, these lions aren't really known to take on the ellies. Of course, being opportunistic, if there was an opportunity to perhaps take a young calf, or if they were deceased elephant, that it wouldn't turn up that opportunity to feed either. So that probably is really the extent of where lions would kind of broach taking on elephants. There are of course areas where lions do actively hunt young elephants as well, so it's well documented in certain areas of Africa, across in Botswana and the Savuti area, as well as into Zambia and in some areas of Zambia as well. So just watching some of the young ellies, and I can see those two dab chicks popping in and about. Not too phased by anything else that is around. And this one young ellie going for the fresh water. Interesting to see if any of the others start to splash themselves, kind of cool down for the day ahead. So we're just enjoying our ellies at the moment. I'm going to shoot across here just to see if our male lion is still sleeping under the tree. Quite an awesome scene really that has unfolded this morning here in Okaukuejo. We did have our two bull ellies and then this breeding herd come through with the male lion drinking and now under the tree. And the ellies have been kind of unfazed by him, which is interesting to see because I thought that might have caused a little bit of an uproar with them. But clearly there is a mutual understanding at the moment. So the ellies are kind of approaching our lion that is in a deep slumber under the tree. I'm going to zoom in because it's interesting to see if they kind of veer off to the left or if they do just give him a bunt and say, cheerio mate, enough sleeping and get out of our way. So they must know that he's there and him the same. So let's just see how this unfolds. I mean, they must be about 10 meters away from each other, I would assume. And they've kind of stopped because I'm sure they must be picking up on something. So, what unfolds here remains a mystery, but let's just wait and see. Sadly, the wind is playing with us a little bit, so do excuse the camera shake, but we do have quite a fantastic scene that is playing out here at the moment. So there are a number of young ellies that are here, and it seems that these ellies really aren't bothered. But while I wait to see what unfolds here, it is off to go and say good morning to Lauren and Darby in Madikwe. They have something very exciting to show us.
Everyone, welcome to a very exciting morning from Madikwe. Sadly, they have sort of gone into the thicket now. They were all trotting along the road, but we do have wild dogs. I counted 5 or 6 so far, so I don't know how lucky we're going to be now that they've gone off-road, to be honest. But good morning, my name is Lauren, Darby is on camera, and they're really on the move, which makes me think, I'm just going to move Darby, makes me think that they're possibly hungry. They don't look terribly full-bellied. Some of them do, but that's the thing with wild dogs. The right hand, okay. How's that? That's the thing with wild dogs. They'll wait until everybody's full. So even if only a few of them are full, they'll still keep hunting until everybody gets that chance. Ready to keep moving again, Dov? We haven't seen wild dogs here in Madikwe in a really long time. The packs are splintered. We found a dead wild dog that we don't know what happened to it. It was killed, obviously, but we don't know by who or what in October. And all the packs have just splintered, split up. The dynamics are not fully understood right now. So it's been really difficult to actually find them and spend time with them. In October, the dynamics were very strong. The packs were very strong. But that's really all changed. So we're just really lucky to have them this morning, but it's just a little bit tricky that they're going into the thicket. Guys, what are you up to? Okay, 6 bodies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, they're just so beautiful. Beauty that you just can't explain. Rebecca, you're saying it's so cool to see wild dogs on Escape to Nature. And Rebecca, you are right, it is. We have had them on Escape to Nature before in Madikwe, but not often. So you're right, it really is. And you know what, Rebecca? We have this sighting all to ourselves. Which is a really good thing. We don't have to deal with other vehicles. You've already got mobile dogs, which is one challenge, as many of you know. And having other vehicles would just add another layer of complexity. But luckily, we have it all to ourselves. So we'll do our very best to keep up with them. It is 7 minutes past 9 in the morning. Normally, by this time, dogs are going flat. But the weather's just been atrocious. I haven't even had the chance to update you all that we had a hailstorm last night, as in big chunks of ice being dropped from the sky. It was so painful when it landed on you. The car roof was just pinging and ponging with hail balls, and it's the worst hailstorm I've ever seen in South Africa. I've never seen anything like it, and it has rained all night. So the weather's been terrible, and maybe that's just affected the dogs hunting this morning. So I'm speculating, but they're not ready to settle just yet. No, don't trot, doggies. Trotting is something we might not be able to keep up with. A gentle pace we can. In Swana, which is what they speak in Madikwe, they're called Makanyani. Not Madash or Maklua, they are Makanyani. And it is going to be a bit stop-start for us right now. But I also want to give them space. Wild dogs are often relaxed around vehicles, really, unless they've had a negative encounter. And they're often very relaxed on foot. I've had wild dogs on foot quite a few times on quarantine in Juma, and they're really not that sort of fazed by humans. I mean, they don't interact, but they're not really fazed by humans as leopards or lions would be. You know, I love their mottled coat against colours of summer. It's just amazing. Can you work with this dog for now? And their mottled patterns, no two dogs are the same. They might be similar, but no two dogs in the entire world, wild dogs, will have the same coat, the same mottled pattern. They are slowing down, but they're just not stopping. I think I'm gonna go around this way. Up in the air, I've seen 3. They're following the dogs. These birds are amazing. They follow the predator because they know they'll get food. Wild dogs are very messy eaters and they leave a lot behind. They don't hang with their kill like leopards and lions do because they can't defend themselves. So, I'm just gonna go forward a little bit more, Dal. The pied crows know that. They have this sort of cognitive ability to understand these dogs are going to kill. And when they do kill, they're going to leave behind a lot of food. That is just amazing. Look at them listening to everything, smelling everything that's blown their way in the wind, scanning with their satellite dish ears.
So we are back here in Okakuyo, and the Ellies have moved on, and they did actually interact with our male lion. It's sad we missed it. because one cow basically walked right up to him and started sniffing him, and then he kind of did jolt upwards, and then there was a little bit of a commotion. One of the younger bulls taking a little bit more interest, but he was very unfazed. So he kind of did look up at them and basically came straight back down. From the looks of things, he does have a collar on him. Yes, he does indeed have a collar on him, and it is one of the other, well, there is another collared lion around here. I've seen her a number of times, a very big female lioness. Or lioness, just, excuse that. But yeah, she also has a very big collar on her as well. So clearly a lot of research being done on these lions in the area, which is a good thing. Good to know that they are being monitored. And Etosha itself has also done a lot of very good work with regards to mitigating human-lion conflict in and around the surrounding areas, and that has helped the population also rebound too. So all these little initiatives that do help, particularly in very wilderness areas.
It's the end of another year here at Wild Earth. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy
So still just sitting here with our male lion, picking up on some of the bird audio and chorus that is around. One of the Cape Crows calling. It seems like our guinea fowl have picked up on the male lion again, giving a little chirp. As I've mentioned in the past, they do go off like a bag of cats. This is the irony, but they do go wild. High white mane, yes, he does have a collar. You'll actually just be able to see where his kind of mane does indent there, and then you'll see that kind of very, almost, I suppose, uniform brown leathery collar on him. But yeah, fantastic that we got to bring you your first male lion up here, and nice to know that he is collared, as I mentioned earlier. Of course, there is that collared female that is around too. So I'm unsure if he has a coalition partner. I'm not too sure, and I'm not 100% familiar with the lion dynamics of the area, but I am aware that there is the Umbika Pride in the area, so I'm assuming he is one of the pride males, if not the only pride male of that pride. While he does have a little rest up here, let's zoom out, take the opportunity to see if anyone else has decided to venture closer to the now dangerous peripheries of Okakuya Waterhole. Looks like there's a gemsbok off in the distance. Wildebeest as well, that side of our one resident Egyptian goose. I'm sure they must be able to pick up. So some more some more wildebeest here, and a guinea fowl also on this side of the dam. So I have a feeling most of the animals, when they do come down, if a lion does hang around for the majority of the day, there goes an ellie off into the distance. They'll probably come here to the northern side of the waterhole, being on the opposite side from the male. It'll be interesting to see if perhaps he's joined by any lionesses or any of the other pride members that might be around here. So that would be an interesting dynamic. Something to keep tabs on, of course, while we escape to nature. There was a springbok there as well. Sad to be corrected, but I'm pretty sure that is the first. Yeah, it is the first lion that I've been able to bring to us here on Escape to Nature. So very cool. Nice to have a male lion as well with us. Very impressive one indeed. So what I am going to do is I'm just going to zoom out and leave us on quite a wide lens focus point, just because we know exactly where the lion is underneath the shade here on the left hand side of us. And let's just wait to see if anything else does decide they have courage enough to come and join us at the waterhole today. A number of hornbills as well calling. Sandgrass as well. Ooh, and another ellie coming through, perhaps also picking up on our lion. So let's just go and have a look here. Doesn't seem that interaction will go any further than that, but we'll just have to wait and see which direction the ellie bull moves off in. But again, for those of you who have joined us, obviously this is a live and immersive experience in your journey into the African wilderness and safari with us. So if you have any questions, comments, points of interest, things you'd like us to touch further on, please do send it through to us. We'd love to interact with you guys. We'd love to know what you guys think and feel about what is on show. So do get those through to us. It is always awesome, as I said, to hear what you guys think. morning salmon bridge, and on average it is around 16 hours, but it does go up to around 20 hours. It does depend how much they've eaten. They generally sleep for longer periods after digesting a fair amount of meat. So between 16 and 20 hours on average. You can hear those guinea fowl alarm calling at the line, making sure everyone else knows that it is present. And a lovely bull Ellie that has joined us again now as well. So lots of Ellie action today, which is great. And this one very, very white. That very iconic white ghost of Etosha color. And that purely due to the substrate that is around, that concrete stone and the sand. That obviously once this guy had been wet, and then covered himself with. Hi, White Man. Yes, indeed. Really serene sightings of the elephant today. And a nice bull that is with us currently. So lovely to have all this interaction. Gemsbok also in the distance. A couple of springbok. And I can see a giraffe as well on the tree line too. So wildebeest just moving in front. And as I said, it's going to be an interesting dynamic today with this male lion around us. Just lying around. And we'll just have to see how that all unfolds.
Is it the Tarantal on the other side?
Yeah, Tarantal. Yeah, the lion is but he's still alive. When the elephants came there and just want to attack him, just try to stand up.
Oh, the elephant tried to
attack. There was a lot of elephants doing that.
Oh.
So it seems that our lion has caused quite the stir. A couple of zebra coming through as well. So as I said, lovely to just focus on our Ellie and chill with him for a moment. Let's zoom out just to make sure that we kind of gauge the entirety of the waterhole dynamic for the day. So I'm just going to double check our lion hasn't moved. I'm pretty sure he hasn't. And then we will zoom. Yep, still there under the tree. A couple of the wildebeest taking interest. I'm sure while he sleeps, the others will find it quite easy to drink on the northern side of the waterhole. So we'll just watch how the dynamic unfolds for the day. Quite an interesting thing to just keep tabs on. So as I said, kind of makes the most sense just to stick out here at the moment. We've obviously got our lovely bull Ellie in frame. Just to the left of us in the shade, under the camel thorn, our male lion. And then we have the Gemsbok, some wildebeest peering at the lion, some springbok, giraffe in the distance, and some thirsty zebra trying to approach the waterhole. So we'll just wait to see how this dynamic unfolds and really just immerse ourselves in what is all playing out at the moment. So still just hanging here and watching what might unfold.
And the big head that was here is not went there to the line. The big head of another. We came there and that's one will start seeing it stand up like this. So they just left it. Yeah, they just all the small babies in the middle and the twins on that side. The babies go like this. And the big ones are going this side. The one you can cover is very
Hi B, and that is a very interesting and a very good question to ask. Do animals ever get tummy bugs from drinking dirty water? And the answer is that animals generally try to avoid any stagnant, basically dirty water that is foul. They'll obviously have far more adapted and greater smelling capabilities than us humans do. And you will notice that they will then avoid areas or pans that have become either stagnant due to, most often or not, the substrate that they're found in, so generally caustic areas. But it is also known that through overpopulation of certain species, and this happened in the Kruger where there was an overpopulation of hippo, and with the hippo then defecating in the water, there was an algal bloom of blue algae, and that blue algae is toxic to herbivores and other animals, and it did lead to a number of deaths as well. So it's very possible for animals to get stomach bugs from drinking dirty water, but they do also avoid stagnant water as well. So anything that has become stagnant or they could smell is perhaps caustic or obviously unpalatable. They will generally try and avoid that and take on fresh water. But they obviously do have very intricate digestive systems, and their digestive systems are also very advanced or far more capable with dealing with, dirtier water than what human beings can, and they are able to stomach and break down that E. coli and that is present in the water sources that they do take. So it wouldn't be advisable for us to take the water out of this dam and drink it without boiling it. You definitely would run into a few problems there. But for the animals, of course, they do have that ability to then, consume and digest that water. Much like dogs and cats as well that you would have domestically, they also are able to stomach far dirtier water than what we have, or what we would be able to. And generally that comes down to things in the presence of things like E. coli and that is found in those water sources. It was great to just get a front view of this Ellie bull. As I said, really iconic, that lovely white sheen that is on him at the moment, purely because of the substrate that he's then dust bathed in, that concrete stone that is all around here, that ancient deposit of the old ancient lake that was here in the Etosha Pan. Quite a relaxed Ellie bull as well. Wouldn't be surprised if he starts to sleep. That trunk getting rather lazy and placid at the moment, and they do like resting their trunks on their tusks too. Hi Josh, and another awesome question being asked by you. Josh wants to know, why do elephants have tusks? And elephants have tusks for a number of reasons. I suppose it's good to start off as to how a tusk actually came about. And those tusks are evolved basically incisors, so teeth, and it's obviously given them an evolutionary advantage to some degree. And they do serve a number of purposes for elephants. So that could be anything from digging, gathering food, lifting objects, stripping bark from trees, and also self-defense, also when they are in must and challenging for dominance as well. And you'll notice that a number of these ellies here have got broken tusks, and in some areas, due to the substrate and what they're eating, they might not get as much nutrition as they need. So predominantly that would be calcium. That would help strengthen their tusks, and they can become rather brittle in areas. So we do notice that a number of the ellies here have broken trunk or broken tusks, as well as across in Madikwe and in Mashatu as well, and that's purely due to them not having enough calcium in their diets to be able to keep those tusks lovely and strengthened as well. That is at least one school of thought with regards to that. But always awesome to have our ellies with us. And this one's going to try and move, and I just have to just reset something, so do bear with me. But yeah, ellies are also right or left tusked. So depending on which side they favor, much like human beings being right or left-handed, they do have a preferred side that they would then use for those tusks. So I am back and up and running. I'm just going to try and find our Ellie bull again while we talk about elephants. So Josh, I hope that does give you some insight into that. And of course, if you want to know anything more, don't hesitate to send it through. More than happy to answer any questions that you do have. It's always interesting watching as the ellies kind of leave and depart the waterhole, because all the animals really do follow these game paths that are rather intricate. And if we took a bird's eye view, or drone shot I suppose would also work, we'd be actually able to see how those game paths converge and make their way through to the water. So kind of cutting through and wearing through that path amongst the concrete down to the waterhole itself. It really is quite cool, because this is one of the whiter ellies I have seen here in some time. So quite cool to see how he does blend into that concrete stone that is around here. Acacia-pied barbet calling as well as a crow. And of course our ever-present dab chicks bobbing around in the waterhole too, the little grebes. So lots of sandgrass calling at the moment, and a mac with sandgrass. You can also just pick up some of the audio from ever-present blacksmith lapwings too.
Mommy, the oryx are... Mommy, the oryx are darker.
So us just pick up on some of the sandgrass coming into land. Of course, watching our Ellie move off, but it is time to again check to see how fast asleep that lion possibly is. And definitely still in the shade. So I'm going to zoom in and have a look. I don't think he's going to be moving for quite some time. And also just pick up some European bee-eaters. And one or two southern mouse weavers too. And here is our lion. The lovely bird choruses as well this morning. We really have had quite an exciting start to the day across both Djuma and here.
I'm going to make a combination of the thorns and the bark. That's what I'm going to do. It's basically just a very big open system. But aren't they pretty? Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
So we'll spend some time with the lion again just now. There are some vets just having a look to see what is going on with him. I'm sure just doing preliminary monitoring. It did look like he was in good health earlier, so we'll just have to wait and see. But of course, we will leave them to do their much respected work. We don't want to interfere with anything like that. But we do have some herbivores building in their numbers off in the distance, and that Ellie bull has left the scene. Hi, Ricardo Lopez. Thank you for your question. Ricardo wanted to know what is the most unusual death of an elephant that I have ever seen. And unfortunately, I have been privy to a number of Ellie carcasses and deaths. The worst being from poaching incidents up in Zimbabwe. And sadly, even some calves that had then passed away because they had lost their mothers or had been separated from herds because of those incidences. And also one of the first sightings I suppose I ever saw in my life was a elephant funeral where a young calf had passed away from anthrax. One of the Ellies were then spraying that young calf with dust and that, and being very sentimental. And there were in fact 2 lions that were then trying to get to the carcass. It was a rather intense scene. Probably one of my first memories of the bush as well. I was in the Timbavati. And others that I have seen, or carcasses that I've seen, 1 or 2 from old age, and shame 1 or 2 that had come about because of some elephant management practices that had to be conducted. Sadly, one Ellie had broken its leg in a hole up in northern Kruger, so it had fallen and walked into a rather big hole, and it was a veterinary decision that was then taken then just to help the Ellie, as it probably would have died anyway of natural causes then, having had a severe break to its femur, and that Ellie was then also put out of its misery. So off the top of my head, those are the most unusual of the elephant deaths that I have been privy to. Hi Sam, and that's a very interesting question, because effectively there are 3 species of elephants left extinct, but they can also be broken down into different subspecies as well. So we do get the African savanna elephant, which we just saw, and you also get the African forest elephant up in the Congo Basin and in Central Africa Republic, in those areas, in the rainforest areas, a bit smaller than this one. And then we get the Asiatic elephant. But with the Asiatic elephant, there are also a number of subspecies. There is a species in Sri Lanka, also known, some individuals known not to have any tusks due to poaching and human conflict that had occurred over many years. And that is why they've evolved not to have them, much like some of the early populations in Africa that have also now started to evolve into that as well. Then obviously across through Asia, there's that other elephant, the Asian elephant, so the Sri Lankan one being the exact same, just a subspecies of. And there's also the Sumatran elephant as well, up in Sumatra too. So those would be the subspecies of them. Just out of interest, lots of interesting things that do go on with Ellies and in different parts of the world too. Obviously affected by different things, so more often or not affected by human conflict and human greed, which is hopefully something we can start to work away from. Something that I hope that will happen through further awareness and education programs that hopefully do stem going forward. So always interesting to see how that works. There are a number of very good organizations out there that do wonderful work with elephants, Elephant Alive being one of them, and of course others across different locations I did mention earlier as well. So always interesting to note. Of course, the Zimbabwe Elephant Nursery too, up in Zim. Do wonderful work with regards to rewilding orphaned elephants. And generally, those ellies are rewilded because of hunting or poaching practices that might have gone awry. And then the need to then help out young ellies that are orphaned and then help rewild them into protected area. Just south of Vic Falls, actually, in Pandamasui. I've been there. It's a lovely place to go to, and really, really special in that area. Hi Quincy, thanks for your question. And the name of the rock around this waterhole here and throughout the area is called calcrete, and it is a calcium deposit that is left over from the ancient lake, even old sea, that was found here many years ago, hundreds of years ago even. That obviously then, through climate change and the rest over many years, has obviously fallen away, and this is what is the remainder of these old calcium deposits. So, of course, a number of herbivores starting to build up in their numbers just off to the west of us. Of course, with that male lion around, everyone is kind of wary and not really wanting to come down to drink. So, interesting to see how this all pans and plays out. It's something we're going to just keep tabs on for now anyway. We're also just waiting on the vets. We're monitoring the lion as well. So, we'll just keep a tab on what is going on with that too. So nice to pick up on all the bird audio as well. Lots of weavers calling at the moment too, at least that I'm picking up. Do just want to zoom out again, see if we haven't missed anyone. Perhaps any other ellies that might be coming through. We've had a number of them. And our male lion seems to be up, having a little gander. Let's just zoom in on him because I think the vet research that has gone on, it's just off there. But let's have a look at him. Seems to be awake. Just want to zoom back out again. Sorry, this is a bit tricky at times. But nice to see him active at the moment. And we did note he does have a collar on him, so I'm sure this is just part of the normal checks that the veterinary team would do anyway, just in terms of monitoring the lions and the lion population in the area. So for those of you who are wondering why he's being monitored, I'm not too sure why that is the case. He does seem to be okay. He is moving and clearly is resting up, and it doesn't look like he's been in any form of major scrap if there was a territorial battle, because when we do kind of monitor if that has been the case, we always look at the base of the spine and actually between the back legs as well, because that is where the lions are most vulnerable. And if he had been taken on in a fight and if there were more males than him, lions generally go for the base of the spine. It's kind of a spinal bite that they would give, and it severs that spinal cord and kind of leaves them paralyzed then afterwards. And excuse me for being rather morbid for those of you that might find that quite shocking to hear. It is just a part of life and part of lion dynamics. But we also have to just look for blood marks between the back legs as well. As I said, getting to that kind of soft belly part on the lion and on any cat is kind of, where they are, most vulnerable. So it does seem to be okay at the moment. I think just tired. Looks like he's resting at the moment. We'll keep a tab on him. I mean, he didn't really bother with the elephants, and he does look to be in good condition, so he doesn't look like he is needing food or anything at the moment. He does seem to be quite full. If I do get any form of update though from that side, we will also give it too, but he seems to be okay for now. As I said, I can't see any fresh wounds on him. So just watching our male lion at the moment. But let's zoom back out. He does seem to just be resting, and I'm pretty sure it is just routine monitoring that is going on with the vets right now. It looks like they've also moved off too. So I'm sure just wanting to check them out. Looks like they are just having a look. We won't disturb that work though. We don't want to be privy to what is going on there. It is for them to go about their business and not for us to interfere. Of course, a number of wildlife just up to the west of us. Looks like some eland have also joined the fray. We'll have a closer look at what's going on with them too. So quite clearly not wanting to get too close to the lion. So I'm going to get a little bit closer in on this general game here. So the fourth time I've seen eland here. And lovely that they're also around at the moment. A couple of calves, a number of big bulls. So it does seem like this is perhaps the one herd that came through the other day. So currently enjoying some of the general game that is pitched up. A lovely herd of eland with some young calves. You can also just pick out a lovely big bull there too. One or two gemsbok, some zebra, some springbuck, and of course wildebeest. Great to see the eland. It's not every day we do see them, so awesome to see. And it does seem that perhaps it is the herd from the other day. I can't be 100% sure, but to me it does seem like that. There's a very, very big bull that I can currently see almost dead on at 12 o'clock, just behind the calves. Hi, Minky. Yes, they would, because they can see the lion. So it's much better to be able to see and observe, and come down and will kind of placate them. A lion seen is far better than a lion not seen. So you'll probably find they'll go to the opposite side of the water if they do, and when they do pick up their courage to drink. So better that they can actually note and see the lion than the lion was hidden in any of the thicket around here. That would be far more dangerous for the wildlife. Let us just zoom out again. Just keep a tab on what else is going on here at the waterhole. Perhaps some of the wildlife has decided to come up to the northern side of the waterhole just yet. I'm sure with all things. Let's just leave those guys to their work there. I'm sure as with all things here, they will kind of also pick up their courage. So it won't help that the vets are also in the area, because the wildlife will also avoid human interaction where possible too. Hi, Kelly. And I need to think about that a little bit, because I've had a number of very cool sightings, I think, this year. I saw a really lovely giraffe the other day in Kalahari, very dark. I hadn't seen a giraffe that color or in that kind of dark phase before. That was awesome. tracking cheetah in the Sabi Sand was fantastic at one point. I did also see a pride of lion and around 15 odd individuals take a kudu just after trying to take a porcupine in the olifants as well at some point. That was really awesome. Some cool lifers as well this last 10 days or so in Kalahari with red-footed falcon and a number of those. Birds of prey, which were really awesome. Just trying to think what else was really, really cool. There were a number of them, as I said. So, had a lovely sighting with a big male leopard in the south of the Sabi Sands called Hanyile at the beginning of the year. And some meerkats as well across east and Dahlstrom, and that was quite cool because they must be the furthest east suricats that are found, at least in southern Africa or in South Africa. So I would assume that they are furthest east. A number of other interesting birds as well and lifers throughout the course of the year. So I'm just trying to think. Let me just pick up the one of them that was very cool. One was an orange ground thrush in the Midlands of Natal. So yeah, a number of them. I think those off the top of my list are probably that. Had a couple of run-ins with some elephants. That was always entertaining and interesting. As I said, some other awesome cheetah sightings, wild dogs as well. So yeah, it's been a bumper year. I can't complain about that. It sounds like the vets are vacating and leaving the line alone. So as I said, I'm sure just gathering of information and doing some routine checking up on this boy. It didn't look like he had got into a big scrape. If that was the case, he didn't have any wounds on the backside of him. Hi Sims. So according to the things that I've read, supposedly here in Etosha actually has the biggest ellies, or the tallest ellies. Maybe not necessarily the widest in terms of, you know, kind of a stoutness, if you want to call it that. But it is documented that these ellies are known to be some of the tallest in the world. So some of the ones that we would have seen earlier, some of the tallest ellies in the world. Of course, there are a number of other big elephants across different locations. We are basically just southwest of the main elephant corridor in the world along the Zambezi River. And there are a number of big elephant there. Of course, others in further south in Zimbabwe as well. Of course, in the Kruger up into Tanzania. Zambia, I'm sure, has a number of big ellies as well. And of course, in Kenya, in the Tsavo region. And unfortunately, we lost two of those megatuskers this last year, as well as a megatusker cow, too, in that area, too. In the Savu and Baseli kind of system. So it looks like we have the first of the thirsty herbivores that have come down. Some black-faced impala, nice to see them, and of course some springbuck. And as I noted earlier, coming to the northern side of the water, all away from the lion. So sadly for the springbuck, it doesn't seem like they're going to get the opportunity of resting up in the shade today. The lion has taken their position.
All the ladies are coming.
Jason, while I'm being cinematic. From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Of that ethereal and unattainable thing, the happy marriage.
Nice to see him. This is an unbelievable afternoon.
So just keeping an eye on what is going on with regards to our plains game that is around. I'm going to just leave the line for a bit. But talking of the line, Flatterby wants to know, or has been asking, if the line could in fact be infected by anthrax. Apparently Flatterby has seen a big male lion succumb to anthrax right here. And the lion was in good condition and looked healthy apart from a hanging jaw, typical of anthrax. So, listen, there is very much a chance that there is anthrax that might have affected this lion, although it is noted that in this area, anthrax is only really present and prevalent in the heights of the rainy season, and we're only just coming into the start of the rainy season. So the chance of it being anthrax are maybe perhaps quite slim, and because he does have a radio collar on him, I do think that it is mostly just routine monitoring that is going on, and I'm leaning towards it being the fact that they're just harvesting data off of, say, the collar and just giving him a routine checkup if that is the case. So perhaps changing the transmitter or a battery on the collar, being right here next to camp, it is rather easy work then to do, and they didn't have to really travel too far to find him. So I'd like to think that that is the case, although, stranger things can happen, and perhaps we can't rule out anthrax. But it is not really anthrax season here in Etosha. It does occur in Etosha. And as I was saying, when it is prevalent and when it does occur, it is noted that it is in the wet and rainy season. So we're only just coming into that. And I would assume then that the heights of the anthrax that would then be found would only be in the next 2 months or so. And it's generally the herbivores that are affected by that. So unlike where anthrax is generally occurred or recorded in the Lowveld, in the Kruger or Greater Kruger area towards the end of the dry season, here there is a difference, and that being that it is mostly recorded, and the occurrences of that are generally towards the peak and the height of the rainy season and the wet season. So that being January through to March, April. But we do have a kudu there. Eland seemed to have pushed off as well. Oryx, of course, some zebra, and the odd wildebeest too. So as you can see, lots of blacksmith lapwings. Definitely more than the 13 I often count. So I'd love to actually know how many there are in total, but that would take probably forever and a day to kind of get them, because there really are lots of them. And they kind of flock around here. So it's interesting to note. Hi, Kimmy. Yes, indeed. It really is awesome. It's a pity that they're obviously a bit bang at the moment. A bit scared, for those of you that don't understand the word bang. But not wanting to kind of venture around while we have Yvette and the lion present at the moment. So, as I said, coming to the northern side of this waterhole. So, we're going to just stick to here for now. We don't want to interfere with any of the veterinary work that is going on. Of course, that is a mandated job, and it is something that they need to get on with for themselves. So we'll check in with the lion again, probably in the next 10 or 15 minutes. It will generally work rather quick if they have sedated him. And reversal drug also will take very quick to be in action. Very poisonous and harmful to human beings. So you never ever want to get nicked by any of those veterinary drugs or tranquilizers.
They're going to take it where? They are going to take it where? So, what is the doctor? Mommy?
So we really have had a bumper start to the day. So really fantastic. And the wildlife are starting to build up here. We've got these kudu and the springbok at the moment. And of course, for any of you that have joined, this is a live and interactive experience in your journey and safari into the African wilderness with us. So do send through in your questions, your comments, things you'd like to know. Of course, where we can expand, we will. And if you have anything interesting that you might note, please do send it through. It's lovely to interact with you guys. It always keeps us on our toes. And it's always cool to know that you guys are interested in what is going on. So do send those things through. It's always great to share information with you as well. But interesting enough, we do have a lion over there, and it does seem that it is some routine monitoring that is going on with the lion. People wanting to know. Obviously being right here, he is collared. And being in the area, it does make sense if he was due to be or have anything changed on his collar to then make use of the time that they can right now. It is outside of anthrax season here, so we're hoping that that isn't the case. Of course, if we have any further updates, we will let you know. But to me, it seems that it is routine battery and radio collar data harvesting, and we'll keep some tabs on that. But of course, we're not going to focus on the line for now while the vets are working. It is their time, and they deserve the privacy and peace to do their jobs without us interfering. So great to see that the kudu and the springbok have plucked up the courage to join us. And we'll just see what's going on for the moment. So very cool. No complaints. A lovely day already.
People are happy because they drink water. And those ones are also happy because they are pick up the why is that kudu darling? That one? That's the darling this. Get the what? The lion was up.
There they are. Pick up. Aye. Done.
Because they're going to ride the lion.
So you can see one of those Ellie bulls moving off in the distance there. I think it's that very white one that we saw earlier too. So nice to see this Ellie back here, but we do have some other elephant action across in Djuma, and it's time for us to go and see what is going on with the elephants in the Lowveld. So in frame at the moment, we do have this lovely herd of elephant under that big jackalberry tree. Of course, we've also got our grey heron too, so I just wanted to have a look at him, and I'll just take us in to the Ellies. Looks like a number of them are taking the opportunity to rest up and perhaps sleep. Lovely tusks on these calves as well. So a number of very big calves. One in the back I'm thinking is the matriarch. Perhaps it is a bull. I can't just see just yet. Sometimes the forwards obviously do elude to them. Looks like we're going to get some Ellie action at the water. So let's just see what's going on, where they all come to. Of course, that big one being, I'm sure, the matriarch. She did kind of get moving, so I'm sure she's the one that pulls the strings amongst this little breeding herd. As I said, a number of very big tusked cows that are here, so nice to see that. Always great to see Ellies anyway, and I'm hoping they do treat us to a lovely sighting as well. Does seem to be rather cool and overcast, so let's just see. I don't know if we'll get too much splashing and frolicking, but quite clearly a drink. So lovely scenes here. Very, very, very cool indeed. IMAX, yes, it really is, and they're venturing rather deep into the water now as well. It's definitely going to be rather humid in the Lowveld. It always is at this time of the year, so whether they do get in and swim and frolic remains to be seen, because Ellie loves swimming, but perhaps with it being overcast, that might not be the case. Moving at quite a brisk speed at the moment too, and I just want to keep us at this kind of view for now, just because it's great to get to see just the entirety of this herd. But perhaps we'll get a number of the smaller ones swimming. It looks like they've gone to another area now to drink, so let's keep a tab on what is going on. One or two of the youngsters there playing with the rocks and that are on. But lovely to see all these Ellies bunched up, and nice that we can spend some time. So a couple of smaller ones, always nice to see them too. So that rock is clearly in the perfect position for a bit of rubbing and scratching. A very interesting elephant yoga pose just that has gone on there. And we're just going to follow the Ellies. I'm sure they're going to head off into the drainage line like they normally do. But let's just keep an eye on where everyone does kind of disperse to. And as expected, crossing over the dam wall and down into the drainage line. So we'll just hang back, just wait to see what the Ellies do get up to. I'm sure a little bit of feeding that'll go on here and there. But we'll try and stick with them for as long as possible. Hi Monica, you are so correct when you say that. And of course, each location does have its different sounds, and primarily to do with the different climatic forces and that, or occurrences that do happen in each area. Also different altitudes and the rest. Of course, different birds and that, and plant life that do occur in the different areas. Also due to the substrate, the soil substrates that are found in the different areas as well. So rainfall and that affecting that, as I alluded to. So yeah, it is. It's always interesting, and that's what the beauty really is of being able to show you such a diverse amount of area. So it is cool that we get to show you all the different things, and we get to pick up on the different sounds in each of the different places.
Oh my goodness, everyone. I did not think I would ever face my fears like this.
So it's amazing how quickly elephants can show up and how quickly they can disappear, depending on the vegetation in the area we are in. And awesome. It's so awesome just to spend some time with our eddies while they are around. Always cool. Lovely to see. I'm hoping they do stick around for a little bit longer. They're quite clearly enjoying a graze at the moment. Really awesome to see. Lovely little Ellie. Hi Lily, that's a very interesting question. I have actually seen pictures and footage of an Ellie a couple of years back, and I think it was here in the Greater Kruger system, of a rather pink Ellie that was born. So most definitely they can be born with birthmarks. I do think to some degree they do disappear as they get older. Just trying to keep track of what this Ellie is up to over here, because he is the one, or the only girl I think that is in frame and in sight at the moment. But yes, it is possible for Ellies to be born with birthmarks. I just want to check to see if there aren't any others that have decided to stick around, but let's just try and keep tabs before this one does mission off. And really basically just the top of its head at the moment. Hi Vivian, I would have to check up for you on that. To my understanding they don't. Of course they do occur in quite wide-ranging habitats as well, but mold I do not know of, I have not heard of, to be completely honest. But I will check up for you. So it looks like our Ellies have kind of vacated the scene at the moment. We're going to just have a pan around to see who's around, perhaps pick up on any of the bird life that is here. Okay, turtle dove calling there. But yeah, from what I can see, elephants don't get mold. I'm sure there are a number of kind of parasitic things that might occur for them on their skins though. It wouldn't surprise me that that is the case, but I don't think it's the norm. And do bear with me while I have a look around, because it's always possible that something might be in the area and vicinity. Looks like some low-lying clouds at the moment too, so just have to wait and see. Perhaps that'll bring through some rain later on. Again, changing up the dynamics of the bush around us. Let's see if we can't pick up on perhaps some Inyala. Quite clearly our waterbuck have moved on, perhaps just into the thickets, as well as our wildebeest bull too, so I can't see any signs of any of them. No impala around. Let's just have a look down the drainage line, because every now and then we do pick up on some things as well. There was some alarm calling yesterday. We did have quite a bit of action around here, and I know that others were looking for Tavangumi in the area yesterday, and apparently more white had also been seen at some point too. So who knows? Of course, this is obviously a day later, and they are on their own timelines and mission around as and how they please. Trying to scan through the bush veld here, any of the thickets, just to see if we can't pick up anything else in the area. Let's see if that heron isn't back though. He was here when the elephants were congregating and starting to move down to the water. He wasn't here on this dead tree, so we'll just have to wait and see. There's also a woodpecker nest around the other day too, so let's just have a look to see. What were those two birds that just flew down there? I think some of our Birchall starlings. Yep, that is correct. Let's just go back. We'll have a look at our woodpecker nest. See if we can't see any action there. Just keep a little eye out here for a moment. So it seems our woodpeckers are not available at the moment for any visitors or viewing. So I think it is time for us to head back to Okakuya. Let's go and see what action is occurring around the waterhole right now. So we have obviously increased the amount of activity around here with regards to the plains game. And a number of zebra, kudu, wildebeest and springbok around. Looks like our eland are also around and moving off. So while they are here, let's have a look, because you'll actually be able to see the size of that bull. He really is incredible. A massive individual. And some lovely calves as well. So I just want to get us a closer look at that bull. You can see that dewlap, and also just how much shorter and kind of stubbier those horns are compared to the females or cows. So really fantastic to see some younger bulls there as well. But just look at the body size of that eland. Really, really fantastic to see. A rather slow antelope. Consider that they reach max speed of around 40 k's an hour, although they can jump at a height, or to a height of around 3 meters from a standing start. So very, very cool to see. So 2 bulls there, grey in color. And they also then do have that kind of growth towards the top of their foreheads, that kind of hairy growth that they do rub in the undergrowth as well. And they are in areas and kind of doing that thing. So very cool to see. Also one of the only antelopes known to have been domesticated as well. There was a herd that was domesticated in the Saar Valley in Zim a number of years ago, and sadly it did get wiped out during the unfortunate land clans and that unfortunate set of circumstance that did go on in Zim back then. But there was actually a domesticated herd of eland back then, and it's noted that their milk, for example, has a very high nutritious value, far more nutritious than cattle, or cows, dairy at least, dairy cows, as well as them also in terms of a meat capacity, carrying around 70% more odd meat on their body. I think, and that to be corrected, it could be 30. I will double check that fact, but knowing that they do have substantial amount of meat on them as well. So a lot of interesting research that was done on them in terms of antelope, being very placid as well, and of course having a very spiritualistic significance here in South Africa and in Southern Africa with regards to the Sand People. A number of rock paintings depicting eland and them being really, really important with regards to religious ceremonies and that did occur back then, spiritual ceremonies that did occur with the Sand People and still occur to this day. A very interesting and ancient antelope, part of the spiraled horned antelope family, and the biggest antelope in the world. So not this, the Cape or Common, that being the Lord Derby's or giant eland found up in West Africa in the Sahel belt, that being the largest antelope of them all. So subspecies of the eland that we've just seen, and being the biggest. So lovely to see our zebra and our springbok as well. Lovely bull ellie here as well again. We really have been inundated with elephant action. So here with our bull ellie, just going to enjoy some time with him. So lovely to have this Ellie facing us at the moment. Really, really cool. They are awesome. So sadly, it does look like our Ellie might not hang around for too long. Maybe he'll rest up. Just have to wait and see. Let's just have a look and watch what pans out here with regards to him and the Oryx. So, our Ellie really doing the most for us at the moment. It looks like it's the elephant from earlier on. So clearly enjoying his time around the area. Perhaps getting a little disturbed by the veterinary team that was around. And just as an update for those of you that have tuned in, the vets have taken the line away from the waterhole for now, obviously because there are also a lot of tourists around. They do want to also work unabated and in peace to some degree, so best that they'd kind of get away from prying eyes, as well as also not having all that attention on the lion and it maybe being rather stressed out after that. And yeah, it is possible that perhaps it may be affected by anthrax, although I don't want to speculate on that. You know, of course, entitled to our own opinions, and you know, as I said, it is very possible that that could be the fact. I am going to be leaning towards the fact that it is some routine monitoring, but of course we are all entitled to our opinions, so don't shoot the messenger. But yeah, I'm hoping that is the case of more routine management and data harvesting and the change of his collar than the far more grave scenario of anthrax. But who knows? Again, we all speculate. We don't know. We aren't the veterinary team, and I don't have a direct line of contact to them, so I can't give you a 100% correct answer, but I'm hoping that that is the case, at least from myself. But as I said, everyone is entitled to have their own opinion, and of course it is great to share information when we get it, so thank you to those who have shared information with us and with me this morning. Always enjoy picking up new information on areas, so of course it is fantastic to interact with you guys anyway, and let us hope that the lion is okay and that the vets do a very good job with whatever they are up to. And perhaps maybe they will drop him off here where they did dart him to put him back in the area where, you know, he had gone to sleep. So we'll just wait and see. To me, it would make sense that they would probably keep him away. As I said, trying to minimize exposure to anything that might be traumatic, you know, lots of voices of human beings and the rest, although he's a big male lion. I'm pretty sure he was kind of comfortable with that anyway. But, you know, of course, they want to deliver the best experience for something that would be traumatic, and being played with by vets is definitely not fun, I'm sure. So I'm sure they'll put him in a nice quiet spot to then wake up and get on with his day-to-day after that. So we'll wait and see. Perhaps we'll see him later, because I'm sure he'll be rather thirsty, and we might then get a glimpse of him coming through to have a drink. But who knows? Again, I cannot tell the future, as much as sometimes we all would like to, but we'll just see what pans out. Of course, we do have these lovely gemsbok and this elephant to focus on now, so that is definitely what will be the case. And if any of you do want to know anything or would like to chat further around what we are looking at right now, please do send through your comments and your questions. Get involved, let us know what you'd like to think or what you are thinking about, what you'd like to know. Of course, it is always fantastic interacting with you all anyway. Hi Justine, and it's an interesting question because I suppose there's a couple of interesting angles to look and think about it. You know, should a species be alien to an ecosystem, then quite clearly the removal of it would perhaps be beneficial. There's also a school of thought that once a species or something has been around in an area for a number of years, it kind of has become self-ingrained to that area and has kind of adapted to it, and so is the habitat or area as well. And an example of that would perhaps be, say, the amount of foreign trees that are, say, in Joburg, and the jacarandas and that, and oaks, pin oaks and that kind of thing, that have been around for now over 100 years. And with them, kind of adapting to and molding that ecosystem then from there. So a couple of different thoughts around it. Of course, species that have been introduced that have been detrimental to an environment or a habitat, the removal of them is obviously well welcomed. That's also why we try and manage the movement of alien species such as Indian miners and that into natural habitat. So again, it does depend on, I suppose, which angle we are looking at the removal of the species. Of course, something that has been found in an area for its entire life and the area has evolved with it. Obviously, it being crucial to the success of that habitat or area, the removal of a species or something like that then would probably be detrimental. So as I said, it probably comes down to the scope or the view that we look at these kind of occurrences. But great to follow Ellie as he moves on out. We'll go and check up with the rest of the Plains game just now. It's always good to watch them kind of move off. I find it quite iconic when the Ellies do head off and you kind of get that view anyway. Nice bull though. Good to see what he's up to. We'll bid farewell to the elephant and we'll come and see what is going on with regards to the Plains game and everyone else that has now moved in. Springbok coming through to their usual position under the camel thorn, and their numbers starting to swell. But great to have these gemsbok with us now, and the number of the game kind of still pooling off towards west and north of us. So let's just hang here, because I'm sure we'll get some of that zebra action just now. And great to have the gemsbok around as well. Hi, Nikki. In fact, we did see some precipitation off in the distance yesterday evening. And when I was last on before Christmas, I did see some rain here as well. So the soil kind of just gets a bit darker. And I was expecting a bit more of a green flush, but obviously I was away, so I wouldn't know how much else might have fallen. And it is quite sporadic as well at the moment. We are coming into the rainy season up here in Natasha, being further west, obviously north of our locations across in the Lowveld, being obviously towards the east and the eastern coast of Africa as well. So, like with most bushveld areas, I do think it is kind of sporadic, and you kind of get green flushes. So there'll be more water that falls in one area as opposed to others. And that's kind of as we build into the wet season, and then hopefully that becomes kind of more blanket then from there. It does depend on the year, and obviously the occurrences of La Nina or El Nino that might be in effect as well. So it can change up. But yes, I have seen here, and it is quite interesting. The wind does pick up, and then obviously you do see it on the surface of the water as well. But of course, I'm sure it does bring a rather cooling effect for the animals that are around it. It does get very hot here. It does seem that the wind is rather, I suppose, non-existent today. But we can have a look to see if the clouds are building. There were some this morning. It looks like they've kind of burnt off for now. So we'll just have to wait and see. Perhaps during this afternoon that could all change. The wind picks up, the clouds build, and perhaps there is some precipitation.
As ik nu met correctie ga bekleden, dan hebben we mannetjes onder elkaar gebekleed. De weetjes en de bekleding is ook gevaarlijk onder elkaar. Daar aan de kant is een hospitaal, waar loopt dat hier in de kant in de kant.
It's the end of another year here at Wilder. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
So here, just enjoying the sounds, sights, and scenes of Etosha. And great to have these gemsbok and springbok with us at the moment. A couple of Cape Crows on the other side. We've got large numbers of the black-smoked lapwings, and I can still see the dab chicks scooting about.
En die kraal ingesprongen is hier, woordraad, 2 meter draad en dan met die lucht, die gebeurde dat je 4 doorndraden, en 44 meter en die kraal vastgedrukt. Ik ben eigenlijk dus ja, je hebt je net gevriend. Kijk, het is een kat. Zolang die
So quite cool watching what's going on here. And Colleen wants to know, are Hadedas naturally occurring in South Africa, or were they introduced from another area? And Colleen, they are naturally occurring to Africa, not just South Africa. So they are very much locals. Although to some people they do get on their nerves. Those Santon pterodactyls with that very raucous and loud call. But yes, they very much are indigenous and endemic to Africa as well. So obviously part of the ibis family, a number of very beautiful ibises anyway. And even Hadedas to some degree as well. I find them quite pretty when you do see that iridescent on their wings. And in terms of the ibises that we do find here, so that being the sacred ibis, white and black ibis. And you will see in Kariga, perhaps every now and then in Djuma. And I wouldn't be surprised across in Mashatu either. And then we also get the glossy ibis, and we get the southern bald ibis. And the southern bald ibis probably being the most iconic and I suppose the most colourful of the bunch. We did have a sighting of one of them in Delstrom over the weekend, so very cool. I've seen a number of them as well. They are, for me, one of the prettiest birds that we do get, endemic to South Africa and Lesotho, as well as into Swaziland. But very beautiful birds indeed. And there's in fact a northern bald ibis. It's very endangered. Both obviously are endangered, the southern and the northern. The northern being black with kind of a red bill, white face, and red on the top of his head, found in Europe, in Italy, a number of other little of the European countries. So I think obviously quite a small population and in little pockets of habitat. And they are trying very extensively and hard to kind of pick up their numbers and introduce breeding programs and the rest. But also a rather iconic bird, much like the southern bald ibis, which is very, very pretty.
Kijk, zie je. Als in Frankrijk 3 uur zo'n de plaats.
Hi, Pam. So, in fact, there aren't any naturally occurring cacti that come from these areas. There are succulents. And if anything, if there were cacti species that would be here, they would be alien and perhaps be the prickly pear variety, or a number of the others that might have been brought through and perhaps planted in domestic gardens that might have then started to populate themselves outside of that. So if you were to see anything that would look very cactusy, it would probably be euphorbia of some form, or one or two of these succulents. There's a number of succulents that are even endemic to Namibia as well, the naboom being one. So just awesome to note. I mean, a lot of really cool succulents and endemic species that are obviously found here in Namibia. I'm not too up to speed with a number of them, but I am aware that there are a number that can be found. And of course, they are very hardy and very good to plant in your garden if you are in a drier, arid area, and they are found in those areas. And of course, if they are indigenous to where you are from. So quite cool watching these zebra numbers swell here. Hopefully we'll get to see them. It was a really massive herd, or harem, of them that did come down yesterday. It was pretty much almost impossible to count them. I think we would have been busy for some time, but also with the amount that they move, and also some of them dispersing as well, we probably wouldn't have been too accurate. We didn't really try and do the odd zebra count here and there. They do come join us, and I think if these ones do come down, we'll try and gauge and see if you guys are also on the ball with regards to how many zebra might be around. It can get quite confusing, as I said, because the stripes do overlap, and when they do move, it can get quite confusing as to how many individuals are actually there. So also just to further that information I was giving with regards to the northern bald ibis, it's actually found, it's ancient distribution. It's not only into Europe. It was also once widespread throughout the Middle East, obviously northern Africa, and then southern and central Europe. So that's kind of the areas where they were from. So wild birds that remain in southern Morocco, and there were fewer than 10 that were actually in Syria. It was only rediscovered there in around 2002. So a lot of reintroduction and a lot of work that has been done with colonies of them. And there have been a number of different sites where they've been reintroduced. So that's in Austria and Italy, Spain, northern Morocco. So, of course, hopefully with this conservation work that is occurring and that has started, the numbers of those birds will also increase. Because it always is great to have our biodiversity increasing as opposed to decreasing, such as it has been over many years of mismanagement, bad decisions, and the rest. So always great to hear of these initiatives that are out there, not only in Africa, but around the rest of the world as well.
Ja, maar dat is ook wel zo. Kom ik door de kant van het pik. Over kant van het pik. Het is niks. Het is niks, maar nog steeds. Niet zo. Dan ga je kijken of iets zie. Als het komt aan, dan is goed zitten. This was expensive. Maar dan is het zeker expensive omdat je een paar bent en je kan kunnen
So, of course, our zebra are starting to approach us. Gemsbok as well. And let's just see how this all unfolds. I'm going to just have a look again to the left-hand side of us. So quite clearly, the zebra have come down. And hopefully they do stick about for a bit with our gemsbok that are here at the moment. And I suppose a challenge to you that have joined me this morning. Let's see how many zebra you can count if you can. So hopefully they'll stick around for some time. I'll try and get closer in on them. And for those of you who've joined, let's see how accurate your counting is today. So if you can give me a figure, I'll let you know if you are correct or not. So I have a figure, and if any of you have tuned in, you want to give it a try, let me know how many zebra you can see in the frame at the moment. It's generally quite cool to do this with the zebra because it can get quite confusing with the stripes. So if you have a figure, send it through, let me know, and if you're close, I will give you a shout out. I'll actually give anyone a shout out and let you know if you're right, wrong, or on the money. So it would probably be a good idea to send those through before these next zebra get in, because that is definitely going to put the cat amongst the pigeons, as they say. But I do think that a number of these others will kind of move out, so the numbers then will fluctuate. So the zebras that are currently at the waterhole are the ones that we're trying to count. We're just enjoying a quiet moment, and lovely to have all those zebra with us. Of course, the new ones have joined us, and for those of you that want to still send through from that original amount, do send through. And of course, if we do get some more that do come through, obviously we don't have that kind of interference with two herds, although it's not really an interference. It's lovely to have all the zebra with us. We'll of course do another count just now. Might just have a quick pan around. Lovely bird choruses at the moment too. I suppose we will just keep a tab on our Klemsbok and the zebra that are here with us currently. Hi, Felt Orca, and Felt Orca says that they've counted 28 and might have a festive glaze over their eyes though. So I don't think you've got too much of a festive glaze, because in fact they were around 29. Seems Chulu and MC perhaps had more of a festive glaze than you, and we're going to get his counting skills up to scratch just now once the next bunch of zebra come through to join us. So don't you stress, Felt Orca. No festive glaze for you. But as I said, it is quite hard when we are counting the zebra, just because it's very easy to miss out on a body that might be behind one of the others or walking or milling about, just because the stripes really do confuse you, and you can notice how hardcore it might be for a predator then anyway. So just to kind of pick one out. So always cool to do things like this, and that is also good to keep us all on our toes. Hi, Colleen. Unfortunately, you are just off. Roughly about 7 of them. But you might have been counting the last bunch that were here now. They were less. So if you were, good on you. I think you were about right. I didn't count the second bunch, but definitely less than were originally with us. But we'll definitely run another zebra counting exercise once a nice big herd comes through. It does get harder, obviously, as they come through in bigger numbers. I think the record, at least we've counted, was around 46 to 48 odd in one sitting. But obviously it does get harder as the numbers get bigger. So something just to keep our eyes on. But as I said, it's almost like hypnotizing when they are around. It's very easy to get confused. And you kind of hope that there isn't anyone sitting behind there casting any spells, if that is what you believe in. But I suppose if we were in a hypnotizing exercise, it would possibly be very easy for anyone to get corrupted by anything of that nature. We've got some wildebeest coming through though. Always cool to see them too. So just waiting for them to descend upon us. I'm hoping that is the case. Otherwise we'll spend some time with our springbuck.
Ja, conservanties wat dan moeilijker maken. En nou zeg ik voor die conservanties dat jouw kosten, wat is het 700? Mijn vader, als het mijn box, dat die van diesel verkoopt of 300, dan de afloop is met 2000 rand weg. Of 2400, nou 700 rand de box.
White man indeed. Lovely to have the stripy beauties around and with us. Looks like they're going to be replaced momentarily by the wildebeest. Oh, most definitely an adequate replacement. And of course, have the ever-present springbuck with us as well. So lovely to have all this action. No complaints from my side. I hope none on your guys' side either. But we will get a closer look at our wildebeest momentarily, while we sit with the waiting springbuck.
nog steeds in erken. Maar als ik al mensen die ons die vergoed. Ja, elke jaar als olifant vandaag die draad. Ja. Dan gaan onze olifant is meer als welkom. Meer als welkom. Maar daar is die vergoeding niet. Ik doe dit in mijn tuin. Ik heb zo'n groot tuin gehad. Ik ben natuurlijk daarna dat ik zo breed zoals die tuin was. 100 meter. 45 meter. Ja. Hier is het seun van my se pa was. Nou, hy was by die televisie hier daar. Hy het gekom, foto's gevat. Tot nou 3 jaar verder. Hulle het nou vir my betaal.
So fantastic to have all this abundant life around us. And for those of you again who've tuned in, please do send through any of your questions, your comments, any points of interest, things that you've noticed, stories you may wish to tell, experiences you may have had in the past as well. Love to hear from you. It's awesome to interact with you anyway. So do make sure to send those through. Of course, if you have any questions, we will also try to answer them to the best of our ability. But yes, as I said, fantastic to be able to interact with you guys as well. So do get those things through, and we'll make sure to bring them up as well.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
So our wildebeest have vacated the waterhole at the moment. They're just standing off kind of to the northwest of us, and just waiting to see who else will descend upon us at some point in time. I'm going to just zoom out. Of course, we have our springbuck, some gemsbok, some kudu coming down to join us. I'm going to actually go in on our kudu for now, and the springbok that are here on this side.
En hulle sê as die olifant interviews tuin gekom het, elke keer kom die bly waar die klap het wat die ken. Wat die laaste gekom gehad het. Hy kom dieselfde tyd. Dieselfde tyd. Hy wil nie opkom. En as jy keer kan maak hy om dood beskik bly dan nie. Jy weet elke keer. Jy moet dit seer gekry. Ja. Jy moet dit seer gekry. Maar die mense sê as ek op Pieter of iets plan. Ja, jy kan nie Pieter. Hy peri. Hij heeft niet een ook net dat die peri en dat is gewoon steeds die misbrand en zet die peri daar mee dat is nog heel naar van kan komen. Hij is ook niet van de oude. Als je weer echt met dat en je weer dat is een vraag voor hem maar die weet je wel. Dankie toch geniet jullie zijn vakantie. Ik wil ook nog zo terug starten. Dat maakt die vrouw en dan gaan slapen op de repetitie. Ja, ik kan project niet nog wel hard. Ik kan niet nog gaan bij die voordeel wat ik weet. En is er, man moet maar dat kan niet dat hij heeft. Kijk de sport zo. Kijk de sport zo. Dank je wel. Oh, mooi gaan.
Hi, Carly. And the springbok is only found in southern Africa, in South Africa, Namibia, and Botswana, perhaps into a little portion of Angola, in the southwestern part of Angola. But, so no, it is not the most populous antelope in Africa, but it is, however, the most populous antelope in Etosha, and the most populous herbivore in Etosha as well. The second most populous herbivore in Etosha is the zebra. I do just want to confirm, because I do think it's in fact the impala that is the most populous antelope in Africa. Yeah, and it is the impala that is the most common antelope in Africa. And if you wanted to know what the rarest was, it's actually the Hirola. And the Hirola is found in Kenya. That Hirola, the other name for Hirola is the hunter's hartebeest. And that is, in fact, the most endangered antelope on the continent. So it does look almost quite similar to an impala, kind of a similar size as well. I think perhaps just a bit bigger, up to around 120 odd kgs from my memory. And I know that the population is only around 500 or so individuals. So that is the most, or the rarest antelope. Another number of rare antelope that we do find. So just interesting to note. Nice to know. One of those rare ones that I do want to see personally is a mountain in Yala. I look forward to seeing that. Lesser kudu would also be fantastic. I'd love to, not an antelope, but I'd love to see gravy zebra too. A number of the other antelope being bongo as well. And even the scimitar horned oryx. That would be fantastic too. But also there's some of the gazelles. Grant's gazelle would be awesome. A number of the others. Lots of other dakas to see as well. So lots of interesting things to find out there. Giant or Lord Derby's eland that I mentioned earlier would also be very spectacular indeed. So that ever-present chorus of the Cape Crows and the southern mouse weavers as well in the background. Some gemsbuck, of course, our springbuck and the kudu. And lots of gemsbuck around as well at the moment. So I'm going to zoom out. A couple of blackface impala moving off there. Wildebeest are also just standing off. I'm just going to sit here for a moment and get a gauge on all the action coming through and leaving the waterhole. Hi Tina, and for me the predator that the springbok would be most at risk of would be cheetah in the area. It's in fact Namibia that has the largest population of remaining wild cheetah left in the world too. So yeah, a Kikuyu in Etosha, for me, the number one predator of these springbok would be the cheetah. Vivian, yes, there most definitely is. It'll also come down to, fluctuations that happen annually with regards to the herbivores, and even, I suppose, over a longer timeline as well. There is a certain amount of natural selection that does occur in the natural world. And, that is in areas when there is a bumper amount of vegetation that does occur, obviously through the amount of rain, and of course, times in drought, when there isn't as much rain, these numbers then also start to wane off. So it is basically nature's way then of keeping the genetics pure and the populations healthy, with regards to the strongest genes then being able to withstand those extremities, and those strong genetics then being carried forward from there. So there definitely is enough vegetation for the wildlife around. Etosha is very big in terms of a reserve size, and in fact bigger than the Kruger National Park. So just to put that in perspective for you, but there definitely is enough vegetation. And for those of you that have tuned in, I think it is time for us to have our second zebra quiz. And if you can let me know how many zebra you see in the frame currently before the next ones arrive, please do let me know. Let's see whose eyes are peeled. Also got our giraffes joining us, but of course we are having a little zebra count off, so let me know how many you see. Hi Joe, yes they are very tricky, and that's why it's always cool to do a little count with them, because it really does increase our concentration levels. But just a hint for anyone out there is a round number, even number. That is here currently. So have a dig, let us know, send it through, and I'll let you know if you're correct or not. Perhaps Chulu in MC will also have a second crack at it. We'll see if he is on the ball again now. Hi Yoshi, yes you are correct. Yoshi says 20. So for those of you that did have a count, 20 is indeed the number. They kind of have dispersed now, they are heading off. So I prefer to give you the number before the next one comes down, or the next little harem. But Yoshi was correct. Anyone else who counted 20, you are correct too. And obviously thanks for participating. It's always cool when you guys chime in and let us know how many you have. with regards to that. Of course, zebra are the toughest ones to count just because of the stripes. They are very misleading. But we have another number of interesting animals that have come through as well. Of course, the gemsbok, but great to have 3 giraffe with us now. The first giraffe as well for the day. So lovely to get them, and quite interesting. I'm going to just zoom out. You'll see the 2 poses that the giraffe do form. So that kind of isosceles triangle that the giraffe on the left hand side does, and then the giraffe on the right hand side kind of with that more bent elbow action that is going on there. Note is kind of 2 poses that the giraffe will take on when drinking. Of course, unlike the springbok that are now wading into the water, as well as that gemsbok that is also waded in. It's just interesting to note the ways that giraffe will drink as well. But for those of you who've sent through your answers, thanks so much. It is great that you guys were participating with us. And 20 was the number of the zebra before they all decided to move off. There's a second little harem coming through. So just good to note. It looks like there's another giraffe, a couple of giraffe actually up in the distance too. So perhaps we'll see them later on as well. But nice to have these 2 giraffe here, or these 3 really, the 2 drinking, the third just off to the west of us. So an awesome scene here at the moment. 2 giraffe, little harem of zebra, and of course the wildebeest at the moment. So just a fun scene at the moment. We've got 5 species basically in our shot at the moment. Giraffe, zebra, gemsbok, springbok, and there was a wildebeest that just moved off. So that would be the 5th. Of course, 4 without them. But really just a lovely time. Nice to just sit and enjoy the dynamics of the waterfall as they unfold right now. Hi Lenny, and an awesome question to ask and information to want to know. And effectively zebra mares can get snatched every now and then by other stallions. Of course, the harems are controlled by those stallions, those dominant males. They don't necessarily form territories, however, the stallions then do take control in terms of the protection duties and the rest of that harem. But it is entirely possible for mares to get snatched or stolen by opposing stallions, as well as for the younger mares to then move away from their natal herd or the natal harem and join another stallion as well. So it kind of does protect the genetics in terms of there being avoidance of inbreeding. So it does happen where the mares then do move, and more than likely it is the younger mares that then move to either new harems outside of their natal harem. And in the case of older mares moving, generally because there's a higher number of mares present, and the mare to, say, stallion ratio might be quite high, and a new up-and-coming stallion might then try and kind of capture the other mares, or mares that are obviously abundant in another stallion's harem. So it is possible that they do switch from one herd or harem to another, of course. But thanks for asking that, Lenny. Hi, Candace. And the giraffes generally get spooked by just about everything that comes through, just because they're also wary when they are approaching water and coming down. But of course, yes, with elephants that does occur, and it does happen. And the giraffes will generally just try and avoid the ellies, really, and try and avoid that waterhole dynamic that does occur when the ellies are perhaps being boisterous or throwing their weight around. And you'll see them kind of hanging off. And sometimes they also do that when other animals are around in great numbers. They kind of also just hold off and then come down once the waterhole kind of quietens down again. But as you can see there with those zebra kind of bolting about like that, that giraffe that was going to have a drink there, looks like it kind of also got a little bit spooked there too. So we'll just wait for the action to die down, I'm sure, and then this giraffe should start to drink.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
So a lovely scene here at the moment with that springbok right, well, two springbok right in front of the giraffe. Giraffe obviously was enjoying a drink. Gemsbok coming through, zebra moving off, and some more springbok milling about as well. I'm hoping the giraffe gets back to drinking. And we'll just see how this all starts to play out. So our giraffe still enjoying a drink. We've got a couple of wading gemsbok and the springbok as well. So still awesome to just see. Lots going on though with the birds. Blacksmith lapwings going nuts. So are the Cape Crows and the weavers. So lovely watching this giraffe. Really cool. Awesome that he spent so long with us. Or she. I just need to confirm that quickly. It does look like it's a cow actually. But fantastic that the giraffe has spent all this time with us anyway. Always awesome when they are around. Hi, Miranda. And that's an interesting question. Definitely one I need to think about quickly because, like with all animals, they are perfectly evolved. Nothing in nature is not perfect, at least in my eyes. So that's a very interesting question. But perhaps their ability of not being able to bend down and drink while standing up, that's probably the biggest weakness for me with regards to giraffe. So that is obviously when they are most vulnerable. They do have fantastic eyesight. They do have a very good tolerance of the vegetation that they do eat. They can run exceptionally fast. They are very strong. They are obviously the tallest terrestrial mammals. A couple of other giraffe. I think those are the ones that were in that Mopani thicket. So as they approach, the other one leaving, we'll watch them approach us. Continue to chat about this. Yeah, so for me, I would think it's obviously where their weakness is or lies is obviously how they have to drink. It have to be it. So we're just awaiting the approach of our giraffe, and it looks like another harem of zebra coming down to join them. A couple of gemsbok up to the top as well. So just a bit of patience being engaged at the moment, waiting on these giraffe and the gemsbok zebra to perhaps come join us. A lovely herd of wildebeest coming through to join us. Some more zebra. And of course our giraffe. So we're going to just zoom out and hang back and watch as the animals do their thing for us. So we've just been joined by this lovely herd of wildebeest, a couple more zebra coming down, and we are waiting on the 2 new giraffe to come join us. Of course, our springbuck, and then springbuck also taking the time to enjoy the shade as well. So clearly with all the zebra, wildebeest and the springbok around, our giraffe are kind of more interested in hanging back for the moment, waiting on the opportune time to come through and have a drink. So we'll just wait and see what goes on with them. And just leave our pan here for now. It's nice to just see the clouds starting to build too. Lots of zebra here as well. It looks like the giraffe are slowly edging their way down. So I'll come in a little bit closer. Amazing how they almost fan out in kind of like a semicircle fashion as well, the zebra. Clearly a very thirsty giraffe and willing to actually take a drink just behind the zebra as well. So interesting to see some cool behavior going on. Hi, Valerie. So, generally, the animals that really wade right in are just the gemsbok and the springbok. But we do see the zebra wading in to some degree, as well as the wildebeest as well. But the impala hang around the peripheries. The giraffe definitely don't wade any further than what you can see right now. And the eland, when they've been around, have also only come to the periphery of the waterhole. Also, when I saw that one red hartebeest a couple of months back, that also just hung off and was just on the periphery too. So each animal kind of has its own preference as to how it goes about drinking here at this waterhole, at least. That also is the same for the kudu. They also generally stick to the fringes. So it's still a lovely scene playing Archer. Of course, giraffe and the two zebra that have still snuck back in, and the numbers of springboks swelling. And it is always at this kind of time in the day, though, that the springbok really do come through, and they do grace us with their presence in good numbers. So always nice to see, but lovely to have had the giraffe with us for so long, and 5 different giraffe as well. So it seems our giraffe probably going to start to move off just now. Our springbok, though, fortunately are sticking about. So very cool that they are hanging around like they have been. Of course, always cool watching them wade in. So really a nice scenes that have continued to play out throughout the course of our escape to nature. So, as well as it's very fantastic to have all of the wildlife that we have seen today here, it's always great to just pick up on the bird life that's around too. Nice to get a chorus when the Cape Crowlau of the European bee-eaters as they soar about the waterhole as well.
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Madikwe, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
So our Jerry and Zebra just cruising off in the background. Of course, Springbok, nice to get our Zebra vocal. It's actually some of the first Zebra bray we've actually heard throughout the course of the day. Nice to pick up on that. Always a cool audio to listen to as well. I'm just going to zoom a little bit out. I've got two giraffes, so come and have a look at both of them in a second or so. But really quite an interesting view if you consider The lovely clouds that have built up as well. And of course, everything else that is going on at the moment too. So we really have had a wonderful morning both here and in Djuma. Lovely elephant sighting across in Djuma. Lots of action here, of course, in Okukuyo. But it is time for us to check in again with Lauren and Davy across in Madikwe.
Sadly, we don't have very much in Madikwe, I'm afraid, but we are now positioned at Jackie's Dam. Things have came in right now. We don't much activity, I'm afraid. However, it is a really beautiful dam. There was an unhappy elephant way off in the distance somewhere. You can hear the weavers are non-stop. Ah, yes, I can see the weavers. There they are. A lot of fierce competition will be going on there. And the males are working very hard to create their nest, but they also need to keep other males away from stealing their nest. Then they also need to fly away and get blades of grass to keep weaving. But then they've got to come back quickly to make sure that no one steals that perfect little nest that they are creating. Okay, we're going to sit here and continue to watch the madness of the weavers, and you guys are going to go back over to Okukuyo.
Hukamori. Oh, he is an impressive looking male leopard. Look at that neck on him. He just looks ready for a fight. This is only the third time that we are seeing him that is known as the Hukamori male. And he certainly has a lot of character and atmosphere.
This is gorgeous. Hukamuri having a drink at one of the little seasonal pans that's filled up after that beautiful rain we had last night.
First time seeing Hukamori, isn't he beautiful?
He's got the babies. He's got the baby. 2 of the babies made it away. He's got the one baby.
Only meters away from me, folks.
You know, for all we say he's a gangster and he's got a face for radio, we only tease. He's actually highly, highly adorable.
Isn't he absolutely gorgeous? Compact, powerful, focused.
It's not just Hukamuri and elephants approaching. Look at this.
I love it.
Good afternoon, everyone. Fancy seeing you all here, and even fancier seeing a warthog at Djuma that's actually sticking around long enough for you to see it with its very shiny muddy bum. How fascinating is that? And off it goes, just in time. My name is Tess, everybody. We are sitting at Treehouse Dam and we are back out on safari. There is Eagle's hand saying goodbye to the warthog. And here I am. Hello. Nice to see everybody. Thank you very much for welcoming us back to Escape to Nature. We have just arrived at Treehouse Dam and we're hoping that there are going to be some elephants coming down because it's super, super, super hot this afternoon. There is a hippo in the dam, the same one that was here this morning. The warthog has abandoned us, but at least he got a mud wallow in first. And for now, we shall be enjoying a little bit of the sun, enjoying some of the birding. The breeze has at least picked up a little, and hopefully that keeps us nice and cool. You also see we have the rain roof on to give us a little bit of extra shade, because the clouds have pretty much dissipated, or the majority of them anyway. So as it's heating up today, we're gonna hope that there are quite a few animals going towards the water sources. That being said, there are a lot of water sources. It's not just the dams anymore. Yes, absolutely, the dams are an attraction, especially for things wanting to swim. But mud wallowing and drinking can be done from puddles. And so that definitely doesn't really help us if we're wanting things like leopards to come down. But maybe hyenas wanting to have a swim, maybe elephants. If we're very lucky, maybe Shidulu or Tlalamba or someone will pop up somewhere. But for now, we're just going to take in some of the scenery. I can still see part of the warthog sticking out behind the tree, but I don't think you can, Eagle.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Oh, no, there he goes. It's as soon as you point here. Like that, believe it or not. But it is a stunning day. There have been a couple of swallows coming down to have a dip. So let's hope some more come down. I don't know if you can hear the bird calls, but I'm going to give you a minute to listen anyway, because there are some beautiful bird calls coming from around the dam while we hope that some ellies are going to come down. So many birds calling. All of the little ones are calling. I haven't heard any bigger birds calling yet. But even the hippo's listening. Look, he's turned his ears towards us. What have you seen, Eagle? A bird. Lots and lots of birds. Blacksmith lapwings and Egyptian geese. Standing around next to the bank. It's just absolutely beautiful here today. So both the times that I've been at the dam today, the Egyptian geese have been very still. I'm used to seeing them moving, feeding, looking for some fresh vegetation, having a swim or a paddle, having a bit of a bath. But it seems like these two have been almost frozen solid today. Earlier they were at the other side of the dam. But I think it's probably got a bit to do with the heat, and it's also a little bit humid because we've had quite a bit of cloud cover in the air. There's a bit of moisture. It's been quite humid, and so birds have to adapt to that, and one of the best ways to do that is not to use energy, because if you use energy you create heat. As a natural part of combustion, converting oxygen into energy, you make heat in your body. But I think the blacksmith lapwings have a little bit of an advantage here because they're a bit smaller, so their bodies are a bit easier in terms of managing that heat. It does also mean that they have to eat more frequently, and because they're eating mostly invertebrates and insects, it's protein. Very different to digesting vegetation. So their system will work a little bit differently. So they can afford to move around a little bit more than the Egyptian geese can. But maybe the Egyptian geese are just being lazy. The goose on the right almost looks like it's having a nap with its head backwards. They do that to kind of give themselves a bit of room to relax. Instead of sitting down, they can stand up and have a bit of a rest with the head resting on the body. But the left one is definitely in a preening session now, at least, getting those feathers ready for the next swim or the next flight, keeping everything nice and clean. The breeze is picking up quite a lot here. Have a look at those ripples in the water underneath the Egyptian geese. It must be a nice relief if you're sitting in the full sun, having a bit of a breeze. However, the feathers are particularly good at holding oxygen against the body, but just in general being a very good blocker. So I wonder how much of that breeze is actually reaching their bodies. Definitely the legs. Definitely the legs and around the face where there are no feathers. And they can actually use that as a cooling system. If these two geese decided to wet their legs and then stand on the outside of the water, that breeze would help the water evaporate very quickly, and that would cool them down. But for now, they just seem to have found their little sweet spot. They're not moving. I don't know if I'd be able to do that in the heat. Maybe not. But what I do enjoy with this kind of weather as well is the fact that even though the hippo has got such sensitive skin, what the hippo likes to do is play. Because to cool off, what's a good way to cool off? It's to have your own pool party. Even if you live in the water, a pool party is always necessary. Oh, is he hiding perfectly behind the pole now? Oof, almost. So what he'll do is, in between poking his ears out to listen to us and those very loud arrow-marked babblers behind us, he'll play. Starbuck, I think a hippo's eyes look small because the rest of the head and the skull are so big, and that's an adaptation for defense, but also for living in water. They want to have everything above the plane of the water while keeping the majority of their body under the water. But their eyesight is actually really good. I can't think of a single animal out here that genuinely has bad eyesight, that we would associate as having bad eyesight. It's a myth. They are very good at seeing, and we know this because they're nocturnal. They come out of the water at night. And so if you're coming out of the water at night, you need to at least be able to see the things around you, but especially predators. And Their eyesight's definitely better than ours. So although their eyes look small, their eyes are very, very good. Mammals and birds have really good eyesight. Not saying that reptiles and things don't, but to me they seem to have exceptionally good eyesight. So just us moving a little bit in the car here would attract his attention. If we were to, for example, stand up and wave our arms, he would 100% have a reaction to that. Not just because of the general shape changing, but because you can actually see the details. So hippos are considered very potentially dangerous animals. Their eyesight is very good and they will see you moving if you're not careful, especially on foot. I wonder if Dewey was in the dam or if this might be Dewey. Was Dewey in Gowrie Dam? Do you know, Igor? Oh, maybe this is Dewey. We'll know for sure if this hippo pulls out a stick and starts playing with it. What is Eagle Eye Eagle spotted? A footprint. That's very cool. There's a hippo track. I'm definitely not going to go down there and show you the size of it because that would just be asking for trouble. But that is actually quite incredible. You can see the two outer toes on each side. In the middle, that looks like a big hoof. That's two toes pretty close together, the middle two toes. I found it very interesting that he came straight over the dam wall and then into the water. He didn't take the flatter path on the side. He came over the top of the dam wall because that track is coming straight down from the top of the dam wall. So pretty big feet. They use them to run really, really fast. He uses his head as an oxpecker perch as well. He's got some oxpeckers on him. Provided he's not going to hide behind the pole. So hippos are pretty diverse animals. Not only fun to look at when you can actually see them, but excellent oxpecker and terrapin perchers, amazing creator of footprints, a lot of noise and flinging dung. Multi-talented. In all seriousness, they are absolutely amazing creatures. Very well adapted and the only semi-aquatic mammal we have here. Bye-bye red-billed oxpecker. I don't know if you can see it, but because he's been under recently, the hairs on his ears are kind of matted together. It almost looks like he has an extra outline on his ears. It looks like, because they've kind of matted on the sides, they're all kind of joined together. It looks like there's a margin of about 1 centimeter with nothing, and then all of a sudden another outline on each ear. Some very long, rough, bristly hairs. Very, very cute. Oh, Igor, I think the family of warthogs might come down soon. I'm seeing them walking through the background. So we're going to sit quietly and hope they come to Mudwallow. It's that family with the little babies that you and Ben had. That disappeared at speed. I think they might sneak up through the back there. Oh, please come down and have a Mudwallow, little family. They will approach quite cautiously and slowly because naturally a waterhole could attract predators. So they want to make absolutely sure of what and who is here before they expose themselves to a potentially very dangerous situation by making themselves unnecessarily vulnerable by putting their noses down to water. Oh yes, here they come. This is so exciting. Not very often we get to have warthogs come towards us. Oh, here comes a baby. Oh, 6 babies in total. And 3 adults. Well, 2 adults and a sub-adult. Oh, they're having a drink. And a swim. That is incredible. See how nervous they are though, as much as that must feel so nice. The adults in particular have not stopped looking our way. Their ears are kind of trained on us as well. So they know we're not normally here. A warthog pool party. The mom that's lying with the little ones is not sure what she wants to make of us. Even the little ones are looking a bit unsure. They're not having a good time in the water, 2 of them are, but the other 4 are ready to run if they need to. It's always the first line of defense of any warthog, is running at speed in the opposite direction. There we go, they're relaxing a little bit. Oh, Bobby, lucky charm, coming back. Thank you. It is a very unique sighting. I'm so happy. I think this is the first time I've successfully gotten a family of warthogs swimming / mud wallowing live. I've had a family of warthogs before at that little pan system, but they didn't stick around for very long, and I don't think they actively mud wallowed. I think they were already done and they were disappearing, I think. But that was ages ago. That was at least a year ago, I think. So this is awesome, and the fact that they came down to us, I don't think they'd realized fully that we were here at the time. Oh, shame. That was so cute. The poor warthog babies got such a fright when that hippo made a noise. He came closer as if to remind them, this is my warthog. And they just panicked. That was so cute. I wonder if they'll have the bravery to come back. I wonder how many times actually those little things have heard a hippo call from that close. It's so loud, it's a booming sound in your ears. And their ears are much better than ours. Oh, that was amazing. Oh, wait, they're coming back. They're not quite sure whether they want to come all the way back, but we can see the movement. The parents are still here. They're not too worried because they know it was just a hippo. Just a little bit nervous, maybe trying to figure out if the hippo was really shouting at them or if there's something else coming. Aerials in the air. Maybe if we're patient they might come back, because I feel like that water would be far too inviting for a warthog on a day like today. I wonder how fast this hippo's skin in this heat will dry out of the water. He already looks a lot less shiny than he did when he came up. That water is dehydrating fast. So I wouldn't be surprised if in the next few minutes he has to go for another swim. Dunk his body back in the water and then hop out again. I would have thought it would have been too hot for him to sit like this, half exposed. Especially being dark-skinned. It's a lot hotter. It absorbs heat as opposed to reflecting some of it. But you can actually see, well, I'm hoping you can see, watch where the water is shimmering on his side there as it's kind of those ripples are touching him. Where the water comes down after the ripple, you can see the line where his skin is clearly wet. Compare that to the skin on his back and how quickly that has dried out in this heat. His back is like a matte color, where his side there, where it's rippling against him, is definitely shiny. So the top of his body is already basically, I would guess, almost completely dry. Starbuck, that's a really cool question, and it's a perfect time to ask it because now he's disappearing back into the water. So he definitely got a bit too hot there. Hippos do tend to run along the bottom because none of our water sources here are really that deep that they would need to swim. They're usually in contact with the ground, or they run along the bottom and just push up to get oxygen at the top. But that doesn't mean they can't swim, because most animals out here, when forced to, fight or flight, will be able to swim. They are buoyant in the water, so they will float. And by moving the limbs, you will get somewhere, which is technically classified as swimming. So they can swim. It's just that it's easier and more energy efficient not to. It's easier to use the bottom to walk around and move in that way, as opposed to wasting energy in a sense by swimming only against water, as opposed to using a substrate, a solid surface like the ground, to dig your feet in and propel you forward. You're now having to do that all by the sole use of energy in your limbs. To get that same movement swimming would be a lot more wasteful of energy. So they just don't need to do it. But if they needed to, I can tell you now, they are buoyant. They would be able to swim. They would be able to move in the water just like elephants can, just like most of the antelopes can. If you put anything in the middle of a dam, it will have to swim to get out, and fight or flight will make sure that that happens as much as possible. But they definitely do prefer walking on the bottom. If you can kind of picture yourself in a swimming pool, if you were to free dive from one side to the other, it takes a lot of energy and you get tired swimming from one side to the other completely underwater. But if you had handles on the ground and you could pull yourself along the floor, you would go easily twice as fast and you'd use much less energy, because you're using that to propel you forward without having to use only your own muscles in a swimming motion to propel you forward. That's basically the balance that they work with. He's probably just standing or lying on the bottom now and just poking his nose out. Seems like something I would do in a swimming pool. I'm such a water baby. I would rather stay completely under and just breathe every now and then than be floating on the top. Just before he went under, I could see right on the top ridge of his back where his spine was, he was starting to secrete a mucus. And so he was getting hot enough that he was starting to coat his body with that mucus that goes kind of that reddish color. It almost acts as a bit of a sunblock. It helps to prevent excess
just lose Tess and Juma. However, they will be back with us at some point later on. However, we are back here in Okakuyo, and the clouds are building up rather rapidly. And I, for one, am leaning towards there perhaps being some precipitation later on today, or perhaps even tomorrow. But it definitely does seem that there is some form of system around in the area, and moving and generating itself at some pace, at least, because it was very clear a couple of hours ago. And quite clearly, these clouds are getting thicker and thicker. But lovely that the Springbok are still with us. And of course our Gemsbok. So I'm going to just have a little pan around, see who else is in the area code. Seems like with the cloud cover, the Springbok are out from underneath the shade of the camel thorn. And mostly just Springbok around at the moment. So it looks like this is probably our best angle for the moment. Looks like some zebra coming through to join us too. Let's just switch off, listen to some of the bird life, wait for the zebra to join us, and we can then take a closer look at what else is going on. So the zebra are slowly making their way down. Nice to just also appreciate what's going on here when we are at I suppose, quite a far view and zoom from the waterhole itself. Not too much wind. It does look very glassy on the surface of that waterhole. Of course, the zebra slowly making their way through. So coming a little closer, and we'll just wait to see how quick they do descend upon us. Lillian, you're so right. It really is so peaceful at the moment. As I said, no wind. The Cape Crows have also piped down a little bit for us. And of course we now have the zebra slowly approaching too. So very tranquil. And nice to just enjoy a little peaceful moment. So while we are enjoying some peace and quiet or some tranquil scenes, it's a good idea for me just to remind you all, and to those of you who aren't aware, there is a fireside chat. And sadly, Wild Earth in our hearts, and with the news of the sadness of Nkanyeni's passing, it has been decided that Wild Earth will be hosting a fireside chat. And for those of you who don't know Nkanyeni, she was a leopardess that lived wild and free, and we do miss her dearly here at Wild Earth. So if you do have any of your favorite memories of this charming leopardess, please do send them through to nkanyeni@wildearth.tv. And also, just to make you aware, as I did say, we are having a fireside chat, and that fireside chat will be at 8 p.m. CAT on the 7th of January, and that is to commemorate the life of Nkanyeni, the leopardess. So very sad that she did pass, and of course, just to highlight some of our favorite moments with her, do tune in. But of course, we are here, and we do have some live wildlife with us, and we are going to take a little closer look at the zebra as they do approach now. Of course, with that gemsbok just in front, and the springbok as well. So quite a cool little lineup there if you consider what's going on. I'll try and get everyone in frame. It actually looks very awesome with the light that is around at the moment. So really lovely, awesome to be able to sit here with the zebra, gemsbok, and our springbok as well. They've been doing the most for us so far this morning. And Sadia, zebra slowly starting to move up. The gemsbok did as well. Just going to zoom out and keep a tab on what is going on in and around us. So our zebra and the gemsbok have moved off. There's a giraffe starting to move in, but across in Djuma there's another giraffe, and it's time for us to go and see what that giraffe is up to. So here we are with that giraffe here at Gari Dam, and a lovely big bull. You can actually just see the top of his otter cones. Nice and bare. Here the vocalization of that Egyptian goose too. Unfortunately is kind of hidden through the vegetation at the moment. Really lovely male giraffe. Awesome coat on him. Oxpecker just underneath its, actually jokes on, there's two oxpeckers underneath its kind of underarms there, front two legs, left and right. You'll be able to pick that out, and hopefully you'll be able to see that tongue as well. See if we can't get a bit closer. Perhaps we'll get, there we go. You can see how long that tongue is and how it's stripping the leaves off this tree here. Using his lips as well. The lips and the tongue designed for exactly that. Sorry, Skylar, I do just want to get your name there. Is it just to confirm, Skylar? Hi, Skylar, and Thank you very much for the confirmation there, Max. Sounds like. And the lifespan, on average, at least in the wild, is around 25 years for a giraffe. It does sometimes increase in captivity, but on average, it is around 25 years in the wild. But great to be able to spend time with this bull. Of course, picking up the audio there of our woodlands kingfishers, a number of other little birds as well. So great just to see these little oxpeckers on it, and hopefully we'll be able to pick them up as they kind of comb through the giraffe's coat. I see them using their bills as they kind of comb down and around. Alright, hopefully it'll pick up for us. I think there's one or two things just in the way. I'm just hoping to get the focus for us. There we go. Kind of does move in and out of focus, so just hopefully bear with me, but there we go. You'll kind of get that movement of the oxpeckers as they comb through the coat on the giraffe. So using those kind of little ridged beaks as they comb through and kind of pick up those little ticks and ectoparasites that would be present on this giraffe. And a very big bull and very good nick. So just enjoying some of these oxpeckers that are here. I'm hoping that it does kind of come into more focus for us with them. I think a bit of the foliage in the way is rather tough to get a proper focus at the moment. I'm trying my hardest. There we go. Of course, with the giraffe moving and his neck coming either closer or further away, it does impact that focus. There we go. I seem to have figured out that. So come down here and we should be able to get a nicer look at that. Let's just see here. There we go. It actually looks quite awesome if you watch those oxpeckers as they kind of go through on the top of his mane and then also just on top of his back there as well. Just using those beaks to comb through the little fine hairs and get through. You can also just see how this giraffe is very dark. Lovely coloration on him. Hi Jim, thank you for your question. And they will obviously control those ectoparasites that I did mention, the ticks and that. And with regards to then controlling parasites, yes, with regards to controlling disease, you know, these animals are obviously able to, you know, withstand tick bite fever and the rest. There obviously are some diseases that the animals are privy to in the wild and then obviously in different areas as well. But to some degree, these animals and these birds in particular are really just managing the parasites. So those ectoparasites, not necessarily disease itself, because there are a number of things that could cause disease as well. And anthrax, I suppose, would be one. We did have chats about anthrax earlier, and actually one of the chief components and actually managing and mitigating anthrax in the wild is vultures and, of course, other scavengers. Taking away carcasses and the rest. Being able to clean up. So the clean-up brigade helps more so with that. So, as I said, more so, these birds are actively helping with parasite control as opposed to disease control. So they practice a form of hemophagia, and hemophagia being the fact that they take on blood, and the blood they obviously find within those ticks, and they're also known to then take and kind of pick at old scars on the scar tissue that is around anything that might have caused that scar. So whether it was a lion's claws or perhaps even teeth, or perhaps another injury caused by something of the same species on an animal, these oxpeckers then clean up and pick at those scars, eating the dried blood and the rest. So that is obviously why we call it hemophagia, eating of blood, the consumption of blood really.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
Sadly, our Jerry has pushed on a little bit. We're going to just zoom out. He's really just standing on the other side of the thicket here. So we're just going to zoom out a little bit. Have a little pan and scan around. See what else is going on. Nice to get that audio of course with the Woodlands Kingfisher. So while I have a little pan around, wait for this giraffe to pop out again from the other side of that little thicket, it's time for us to cross over to Tess, who's in the Mulwati with the wigs.
Sounds like a lovely sighting, Alex. I love seeing giraffes. They're always so nice. But I'm very excited on this side purely because it's the first time I have seen a baby wig since more than 3 weeks ago, probably almost a month ago. And I cannot believe how big this chick has gotten. It is looking mostly adult. The only way I know it's a chick, because it's the right size now even, is that it's still got the tiniest little amount of downy fluff around its face and its neck. And it looks like it's slowly starting to come off, so it's looking a bit bedraggled as though it forgot to shave this morning. And the poor thing, have a look at how it's breathing. It is breathing so fast, with its beak open, just trying really hard to cool down on such a hot day. Now we're down in the Mulwati, as I'm sure you've guessed, and we're at that very typical area with the tall bank with all the trees growing out the bank. And it's perched on a low-hanging branch in the shade. It's not in the sun at all. There is a breeze. You can see the branches moving around it. But it is just so hot, even in the shade, that this chick is having to breathe really quickly just to try and cool the body down. That nice thin lining on the inside of the mouth down into the lungs. That's a great way to lose heat from your bloodstream straight to the air. So breathing really fast like that is actually a great way to try and cool this bird down. I can't believe how big it's gotten. It was looking at us just now, but I think it started relaxing now. Kind of just hanging out on the branch. It almost looks like it's trying to have a nap every now and then, but look at that camouflage. Unreal that you can barely see it. It blends in superbly with the bark. And in fact, we only spotted it when we were about 2 meters away, so we actually had to move back. That's how well camouflaged it is. Jason, that is a fascinating question. And to be honest, I don't think I've ever really thought about that, because I have seen owls coming down to waterholes and drinking. But as a chick, I would imagine it almost would rely on some blood as a form of hydration, because it is too vulnerable, and when it was younger it wouldn't even leave the nest. It would have been too vulnerable to go back to a water source and get water. So logically I would think that blood forms part of that. I will definitely do some more research on that though, because I've never really thought about that. I don't think there's even anything on that in any of the books that I've read, although I suppose if I find a very specific book, maybe it'll be in there. But I would imagine that that is definitely a way that they would get some hydration, because as chicks, especially before they left the nest, now that they're flying, they're obviously getting up onto branches, which means they're flying pretty well, although none of us have actually witnessed the chicks flying so far. They must be doing it to be able to get up there. It can't climb up there. It's quite high off the ground. So now that they're flying, they might go down to water holes and things like that, but I would imagine, especially in the early stages, blood would be quite important, because the adults bring pretty much full carcasses for them. I have heard of instances of owls regurgitating food. That might also help, because there might be some moisture in there from the adult. But that's certainly something to think about. I can't think of any other way that a chick would get water. It's not like the adults bring water back for the chick. I would think that would have to do. I mean, it is very similar if you look at things like leopards. They can use the blood of their prey to act as a form of hydration, so they don't necessarily have to drink if water is scarce. But thank you for the question. I'm definitely going to go and have a look at that and look it up a bit more, because that is a fascinating topic. Definitely wouldn't rely on it the same way that an oxpecker does, though. I know Alex was just chatting about the feeding mechanism of red-billed oxpeckers, and there would be a little difference. So for the owl to get that blood, it would just entail eating the entirety of the prey, because there's blood in the body. For the oxpeckers, they'll actively go for ticks and either pull the ticks off, particularly red-billed oxpeckers, or yellow-billed oxpeckers go for any open wound and drink the blood. But they're actually getting nutrient from the blood more than they're using the blood as moisture, because they'll sit on a hippo's head and drink water. So the blood for them is a food source, which I suppose it does add nutritional content even for things like owls and leopards and all of that. But more than anything, I suppose it would be the primary source of moisture. That's so fascinating to think about. Because that would have to apply to pretty much every bird of prey. You won't see a Wahlberg's eagle chick coming down to water to drink. But we've seen tawny eagles drinking, we've seen Wahlberg's eagles drinking. They use it for bathing as well. We've often seen those big raptors having a bit of a bath. But you sometimes see them drinking as well. It's very rare because they get very shy and nervous. They might fly off. So you've got to try to keep your distance. But I'd imagine it would work exactly the same way for all the raptors then. It's a little different for the smaller birds, because some of the smaller birds, if you take something like a batis that starts bringing back solid food, there's a lot of moisture in insects, so I suppose that's where they would get it from. But if you're looking at something that regurgitates food, let's look at maybe things like semi-aquatic birds, for example, or actually let's use penguins as an example. That's a cool one. Penguins will regurgitate food, and with that comes water. So there's a mixture of water and food, but then even in the prey that they're regurgitating, there will be liquid as well for those tiny chicks that can't get down to the water yet. But regardless, penguins would be salt water, so they'd have to get their moisture, a lot of it anyway, from food. But they've got that really cool little salt gland. That's even cooler. It's amazing how all these different birds have adapted. Very, very cool to think about all of these possibilities. Oh, shame this bird is so hot. Rhonda, they've had the most incredible growth spurt while I've been away. Just before I left, they were almost starting to get some of their primary feathers on their wings. So you could see a bit of that banding on the chest, and you could see some of the barring on the wings. But they were definitely not looking anything close to adults yet. They were still fluffy little balls. They looked like cotton wool. Cotton wool, cotton balls. What are those things called? Yeah, cotton balls. Candy floss. So it's definitely a big change for me to see them like this. I think it's absolutely awesome. And I'm really happy as well that they've done well, because I know the wigs haven't been overly successful. This is a really vulnerable stage. Now that they're flying, it's a lot easier, but between that stage where they start wandering out of the nest and now is really a tricky time. It's a really tricky time for any birds, but particularly for things like the wigs, particularly because they don't have to nest on the ground, but a lot of eagle owls do nest on the ground, and those that nest on the ground, the risk that you run with that is that things like leopards and hyenas and all sorts of other predators can quite easily access the nest. So that kind of stage where they're starting to explore and wander around the banks is really not a safe stage. It's not a safe stage at all. And so to see that this chick has gotten so big, it is so close now to fledging completely, it's unreal. And interesting, there's actually a difference between chicks on the ground and chicks that fledge from a nest off the ground. Chicks that have been raised in a nest on the ground will fledge earlier than chicks up in trees, and that makes sense, because if they're sitting ducks, literally sitting ducks in a nest on the ground, they're an easy target, so they have to start moving quicker and starting to hide in other locations. Where up in a nest in a tree, it's a lot easier to avoid predators, so they can actually stay for a couple more days. It could be as much as 2 weeks later that they initially start fledging if they're nesting up in trees. But in total, it's going to take about 4 months from hatching to fully fledging and leaving the adults altogether. I don't remember exactly when the wigs hatched, but it was quite a while ago. Oh, it looks like it's falling asleep on its feet. Adam, so It's normally a scrape nest that eagle owls use, particularly spotted eagle owls. So they don't build a twig nest or anything like that. They won't have to use an abandoned nest. It's a scrape nest. So eagle's actually going to show you where the nest is. We're quite far away. We're a good couple meters. So the nest itself doesn't have any added structure to the bottom. Occasionally you might find some feathers and things in there to soften it, but they've just scraped the ground a bit to flatten it and give it a little bit of a hollow so the eggs and chicks when they're very young don't roll out. But they might use an abandoned nest of another eagle owl or another scrape nest if they're nesting on the ground, but they don't actively have to build a nest. So they might choose their own site, they might choose an old site that they've used before, like the wigs, over and over again, or they might just use one that has been used by another species before and then take that over. It's actually pretty cool to watch because I honestly thought the wigs may have moved. Because they've used this nesting site quite a bit, but they've lost quite a few of their broods to predators at that very vulnerable age. And so I thought maybe they might choose a different nesting site, but I'm actually happy that they didn't because they've done it successfully this year. It's literally a matter of chance and fate, and they've done incredibly well. I know that they can use, if I'm not mistaken, there was a pair that used old flood debris. So if there's a pile up of sticks, they can use that. They can use old abandoned stick nests if they're nesting off the ground, but more likely if they are nesting off the ground, it'll be on a flat rocky surface on a cliff face or something like that. So not necessarily a tree nest that you're thinking of, like a Batelier or a Wahlberg's eagle, one of those nests. They can use those. They have been known to use abandoned nests like that, but it's more likely that they'll use something like a cliff face or something like that. That's really tough to get to, but has a flat enough surface to keep the chicks safe. But there was a pair that nested on flood debris, which is quite interesting. A build-up of debris from the river flow. The chick can't decide if it wants to sleep or not. It's starting to fall asleep on its feet in between all of this heavy breathing, the estivation. And every now and then when it closes its eyes and it breathes normally, its head starts to nod, as though it's lost concentration a bit and it's starting to fall asleep on its feet. They won't really lie big enough now that it's standing and having naps like that. I wonder if it's going to fall asleep again. Ooh, there goes the head. Oh, shame. Every time it starts nodding, it starts getting a bit hot again. You can see now there's a patch of sun coming through, so the angle of the sun has changed, and now part of its head is in the sun. Look at those downy feathers glowing like a halo. So I wouldn't be surprised if it chooses to move at some point soon, just to try and get out of the sun a little bit. You can even see the pink inside of its mouth, all of that lining. That is unreal. Very messy, downy feathers are so obvious at that close-up look. But that transition there, you can see proper adult primaries, proper adult feathers going all the way down the body. The only part that's kind of fluffy again is the underside, but it might just be trying to get some ventilation through those feathers on the belly. Wow, those are stunning patterns. Big claws as well, deadly weapons. Unreal. Well, that would certainly make quite a difficult thing to paint, I suppose, but it would make a very nice painting, trying to replicate the patterns on a spotted eagle owl's primary feathers on the wing. It just seems so perfect. So I wouldn't think it's going to be too long now until the chicks completely leave the area. I'm wondering if the wigs have been nesting here for a couple of years and these chicks are starting to move off, they'll disperse to another area where they'll meet other spotted eagle owls and eventually start breeding on their own. But I'm wondering if any of the wigs' chicks in a few years will come back and use the same nesting site where they were hatched. I wonder if that's been recorded before. I don't ever recall reading that about spotted eagle owls, but it's very possible that they'll remember the area, they'll remember how to get back here, because once they start practicing flying, they have to know how to get home before they actually leave. Because by this stage, they might even be hunting on their own. Anywhere from 6 to 8 weeks after fledging, they start hunting on their own. So they'll have to know how to get back. You might hear me moving. I'm just picking up my binoculars. I want to have a closer look at those chest feathers. Those two darker patches running down almost where the collarbones would be, down onto the breast. Two slightly darker patches. That's fascinating. I've never noticed those before. Oh, beady eye. Wow, that beady eye that I got there as I was talking about those feathers was quite something, giving me the sneaky glance there. We are going to stick around with Little Wig for a little bit longer and just see if it decides to move. Maybe we might get it flying, but for now we'll send you somewhere equally hot, if not actually even hotter, in Okukuyu with Alex.
Thanks, Tess. And yes, safe to say it is pretty warm here in Okukuyu. And of course, we are joined by a menagerie of wildlife at the moment. A number of zebra, springbok, kudu, and of course, this tower of giraffe. So 6 of them in total at the moment. And we've had rather an action-packed full day with giraffe here, on top of other things. And for those of you interested in what is going on with the male lion that was whisked away by the veterinary services, I'm not too sure what has happened, but I'm sure they did definitely move the lion away from prying eyes. There's a lot of tourists, and of course our eyes on it, and of course the vets would have wanted to work under some form of guise of privacy, as well as then being able to resuscitate the lion and release him back into a quieter area without so much noise and disturbance as well. So giving him the chance to kind of come to a more relaxing area without, say, the elephants that were also around and sniffing him about earlier. So, to kind of maintain the integrity of their work as well as the dignity of the lion, being able to then work on him in some peace and quiet. But we are still unsure as to what it was. As I said earlier, I am of the opinion that it would have been to kind of harvest data and to perhaps change the collar that was on him, or a battery within the collar. But it could very possibly be the early onset of anthrax as well in the area. It is prevalent in Etosha, so it is definitely a possibility, although something that I am trying to lean away from. But we aren't soothsayers, and we also don't have a clear line of comms through to the veterinary services either here. So it's purely speculation. And of course, we are all allowed to develop our own opinions around that. But I do hope that it was more to do with the changing of radio apparatus and data, as well as harvesting some data as well from anything that might have been going off. But lovely to have seen these tower of giraffe, or this tower of giraffe that's with us, as well as one of the remaining harems of zebra. We've had lots of zebra activity throughout the course of today as well. Kikuyu is fantastic for large numbers of zebra. I did allude to this earlier, but they are the second most populous of the herbivore species that we do get here, coming a close second to the springbuck. It's roughly around 15,000 on each of them here in Etosha. So just enjoying a quiet moment again. Nice to have the giraffe while they do hang around. I'm sure one or two might still endeavor to have a quick drink just before heading off, but the zebra are here, and they are here in good numbers, and they do hang around for some time. So we'll just wait to see what's going on with them before moving on out. It does look like the giraffe have finished up their drink. So I think that's probably the end of that journey at least, but these zebra that are here at the moment definitely quenching their thirst and enjoying it at the moment too. So looks like some kudu as well as some springbuck as well here on the left. To the south of us, and one gemsbuck. Hi Dave. And to my understanding, wild dogs aren't. I'll double check with you. If they are, it will either be reintroduced or very small numbers. But I will double check for you that it's not something I've seen pictures of in the past, or that at least my research into the area has brought upon me just yet. So just out of interest, it was in around 1973 odd that the wild dogs became extinct in Etosha National Park. So if they have been reintroduced, I'll let us know. Because they won't be in high numbers, if anything. So I do know of a reserve, a private reserve, is in the area that does have wild dog, and I'm sure there are areas as well where they occur wild and naturally pretty close to. As we get towards the Caprivi strip further east of here, there are definitely wild dogs, and further down south in Namibia in the Kalahari, there are as well.
It's the end of another year here at Wild Earth. And what a year it has been. Escape to Nature and The Wild Show were born along with our brand new app. We couldn't be happier to welcome back James, Steve, and Lauren in the new year, who once again will be part of the permanent team. We are grateful to every single one of you who has watched Wild Earth this year, and a very big thanks to our explorers. Without you, none of this would be possible. Happy holidays.
So, of course, we are enjoying some zebras here. And for those that might have missed it, we're just chatting about wild dog dynamics here in Etosha. And they were historically found in the area up until 1973, where they became extinct, and there was one attempt to re-establish a population of wild dogs roughly 10 years ago in 2013 or 2023. And sadly, the wild dogs that were reintroduced into the area weren't aware of the dangers that lions pose to them, and sadly all but one were taken out because of the lion. So that other last remaining wild dog, from what I can see, is then taken to another breeding program for the wild dogs. I think that is what I can remember now, but it would make sense that that is what happened, and unfortunately that was the last attempt to reintroduce wild dog back into the area and into the reserve of Etosha. Perhaps that might change in the future. We do always look forward to instances of this occurring, and of course the re-establishment of populations of endangered animals in areas where they naturally occurred. We can see 3 black-faced impala just off to the top of us, one without a horn, and the odd zebra coming through to join us now. So very peaceful. Of course, getting rather overcast as the afternoon goes on. To Kempsbach, of course, the impala slowly making their way around. The wind has not picked up at all yet, but the cloud cover is getting thicker. So perhaps some precipitation later on, more than likely this evening. From what it looks like, again, thumb sucking. But to me, that would seem to be most likely cause. Time of precipitation, at least. We'll have to wait and see. Of course, if the wind does pick up, that might bring through more inclement weather, and we'll then have to deal with some rain at some point. So Max and MC has been finding out some interesting facts on wild dogs as well, and from the facts he just gave me, I'm assuming he is talking about Namibia itself, because there is a lot of wild area here in Namibia, and the dogs are known to roam outside of wild areas. And if I do stand to be corrected here, but Max did just tell me that it's roughly around 5% of their home range, or their natural home range, that is actually conserved within Namibia itself. And there are roughly around 350 to 500 odd dogs that are found here within Namibia. And I know that there is a very good and cool project that is run in the Kalahari, and it's called the Kalahari Wild Dog Project. And a lot of those dogs, I'm sure, are found down there, but of course up towards the northeastern side of Namibia through to the Caprivi Strip into the then Okavango system, as well across into Chobe and along into the Savuti systems, Maremi Savuti systems too. So interesting information fed through from Max. Thank you, Max. And nice to just hear that it is corroborated as well, information that we do give out. But yeah, so there is a number of areas, at least even within central Namibia. And I did mention earlier that Namibia has the highest population of cheetah as well, wild cheetah left in Africa, as well as them being outside of protected area too, much like the wild dog. So of course, Namibia being one of the least populated, I think the least populated country in the world in terms of humans per capita and square kilometer. Of course, it does house the oldest desert in the world, being the Namib Desert too. It would make sense. So a very arid and dry country. Of course, there are areas where it does get rather wet. There is a lot of rainfall as well. But yeah, a number of sparsely populated areas, and that does allow for a lot of wildlife to still be present. So very nice to know. There's other facts around wild dogs. But of course, obviously, these areas and these animals do need to be conserved because their genetics are vitally important to the sustainability of these populations moving forward as well. And also for, I suppose, the general greater populace of the wild dog as well, and cheetah too, that are left in the wild. So just sitting here watching and enjoying the dispersing zebra. We're going to get in a little close on our black-faced impala. This is one obviously without a horn, a missing horn. One springbok there too. I'm just going to track to where they go.
Ich habe auch meinen Pfefferner noch eingekauft, wieder in die Grapefruitsaft.
So still a few zebra just keeping it easy up here. I'm going to track through to our impala now. Sounds like the wind is slowly starting to pick up too. So enjoying a quiet moment here with these 3 impala rams and 1 springbok ram. Nice to have them through with us. We've had a lot of diversity throughout the course of escaping to nature today. And really cool to get to see all the different species that we have. So really cool just to spend some time listening to what else is going on in the area. You can also just pick up some of the audio of some of the guinea fowl that were also around earlier on, but definitely coming through at the moment too. So nice to hear them as well. Let's just zoom out a little bit and see what else is going on. Who might come through to join us? Does remain a little bit of a mystery. Of course, the zebra moving off, but nice to hear that sound of the guinea fowl as well. Hi Tom, definitely not as raucous as or as loud as the crows, that is for sure. But I assure you, when they are irritated or there is a predator around, they are definitely a force to be reckoned with. You do hear them very, very loudly. They are exceptionally vocal when they need to be. So let's just follow that springbok because it's the last animal really around at the moment. Otherwise we'll try and pick up on some of the bird life around. I haven't seen the black-headed herons for a few days. Perhaps with there being water in the area and perhaps some of those seasonal pans starting to open up, they've decided to head across to one or two of those. Of course, being birds and having wings, distance kind of becomes a non-event really. Otherwise we'll just have a look and watch as these animals kind of move off. Hi Jeff, my pleasure. Awesome that you tuned in and joined us for them. And thanks again for the compliment. It really is cool. Good to know that it was interesting. Great to hear this hornbill that's also behind us. So always cool to have the variety that we have had and the different things that we've been able to view and I suppose immerse ourselves with as the day has gone on. So very cool. A lovely day indeed. I'm just going to zoom back out. Perhaps one or two other things that might sneak in. Otherwise, I'll take the opportunity to have a look at some of the clouds building. Listen to any of the other birds that might be around. Try to pick up if anything is going to come and join us again, but it doesn't look like it. It looks like everyone is kind of missioned off for the afternoon. Perhaps it is siesta time up in Ukukuyo. So I'm going to just zoom in under the tree. It does normally give us a good insight as to what is coming around. It looks like, yes, we will get one springbok to come join us. So I'm going to just position the camera. So a lone springbok coming down to join one of the Cape Crows, it seems. And we'll just get into there. So the impala is still sticking about, having a little graze in amongst the concrete just off to the top of us. Springbok coming to join at the water. Zebra moving off in the distance. One or two of the guinea fowl. But sadly also that time of the day and afternoon here in Southern Africa at least, where we do have to say goodbye and cheerio and begin to wrap up. But don't forget, Escape to Nature is back again tomorrow morning at 8:30 Central African time. And of course, straight after this, Penguin Beach coming to you live as well. And after that, the Sunset Safari. So do stay tuned. We have an action-packed rest of the day for you. And of course, just a big shout out to everyone else that joined in, who contributed, who got involved and immersed themselves with us in Escaping to Nature today. Of course, a shout out to the MC2 and Tess across in Djuma, Ryan and Darby in Madikwe, and of course the main shows, the main stars of the shows at least, the wildlife, the bird life, and of course the natural habitat where they came from. So of course, what a wonderful day, and thank you very much to everyone that did join us. We will see you again tomorrow morning.